I trust that everyone had a good lunch, and we are now going to continue the debate with Honorable Delma Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is with utmost honor that I rise in the name of the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest to make my contribution on the estimates of revenue and expenditure which was presented in this honorable house by the Minister of Finance last Monday. Mr. Speaker, while we understand and appreciate that in a competitive political environment, we are in a competitive political environment, we are rooting for Grenada, Mr. Speaker. We are rooting for the people of our country. Mr. Speaker, the benefits based on the budget will be for all people across the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. For the people of Moncton, for the people of Parklet, Lafayette, Byland, Paradise, and all other villages within St. Andrew Northwest and by extension, Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and understanding that any benefit accrued will positively affect everyone. We are pleased, Mr. Speaker, to note that the new administration is continuing on the policies and approaches that were established by the previous government that has helped to bring economic growth after the last 2 years of COVID-19. We all remember, Mr. Speaker, years of unprecedented and consistent growth between 2014 and 2018 before COVID turned and really turned our country upside down. After emerging from the lockdown and restriction, Grenada's economic situation returned to growth again under the New National Party in 2021 by 4.7%. Mr. Speaker, this growth continued in the year under review, buoyed by a strong first half with increased activities, particularly in the construction industry. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the foundation has been laid for continued growth next year, and it is encouraging to see, based on the presentation made in this honorable house on Monday, that the government has seen the wisdom in building on those foundations. Mr. Speaker, we take it that the commitment remains we thank that the commitment remains to continue on all major projects. We are encouraged by the statement of the Minister of Finance that the government will continue to exercise fiscal prudence established by the tone and culture of the previous administration. Indeed, there are some strong foundations economically on which this new administration can build on. Mr. Speaker, as the parliamentary representative for St. Andrew Northwest, I am happy to be here, Mr. Speaker, to be the representative, to be the voice of the people of the constituency. But before I go into the constituency, Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate that for the last 9 years, I've sat in the chair as Minister of Social Development, Housing, and Community Empowerment. Mr. Speaker, I am happy to be given that opportunity, Mr. Speaker, knowing that I came from very humble beginning. And that very ministry, Mr. Speaker, deal with taking care of people like me who grew up similarly like me. And so I was happy to be there, advancing the cause for the poor and vulnerable people across the Tri-Island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. And so, Mr. Speaker, before I move on, I would like to thank the staff for the continued hard work and the dedication for the period that I've been there, and I do not expect anything less from them now with a new administration being in office. I expect them to continue to provide for the most vulnerable people across the tri-island state of Trinidad, Carriacou, and PD Martinique. Mr. Speaker, in our time in office, we met the SEED program. We started implementation by the former NDC government, and we continued, Mr. Speaker. And the SEED program was bringing together 3 major programs to assist the vulnerable family. I am happy to note that we'll continue with the SEED program, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation by the Prime Minister, he spoke people being in the rain. Mr. Speaker, people being in the sun. And so, what I want to say on this issue, while we were in government, we tried to alleviate that problem. And that's the reason why you had a vehicle going out in the field with money. It might not be the best, but it was a measure to help to preserve the dignity of our people. And so, I heard of cashless. The Prime Minister mentioned it, or the member for St. David's, or the Minister of Finance. However, in the deliberation by the minister, he said the revenue office is where they have to go. I want to make sure that we decide exactly how we move forward when we deal with that particular issue. Because yes, I've seen, and even in our time, so I wouldn't condemn and say, well, it's something that is new, that needy families, they are in the sun and in the rain. And so, Mr. Speaker, we started in our time to alleviate that whole ugly look on the street of Grenville, St. George's, and other areas. We worked with many families to ensure that the cash transfers were placed in their bank accounts for those who had bank accounts. We also encourage new members to open new accounts. But when you're dealing with these vulnerable people, especially the older ones, there is this hesitance to really open an account. And so we still had hundreds of them, Mr. Speaker, still having to go to the revenue office. And in the advent of COVID, we saw that as an opportunity to get the police involved, work with Ministry of Finance, to go and deliver the monies at the level of the community. And I hear about cashless transfer. I knew we started that groundwork with WePay. I knew that last year it was piloted using the school uniform program. And I say, let us look at that, but we still have to be flexible. Because when you're dealing with especially elderly people, they have this skepticism where they are frightened to go to the bank or even have this card. And many of them cannot use the internet or so. So we have to look at ways and means, Mr. Speaker, any way or anything that we can do and anything the government and the ministry can do to ensure that we take the vulnerable off the street, Mr. Speaker. If we believe that it's not working with the police being involved with the vehicle going and give the cash, then any other measures I will applaud and encourage, because our role really is to take care of people. And our role is to preserve their dignity, though poor. Many of us came from poor families and understand the issues when you are poor. Although we're poor, we're proud. And so we are not happy to be lining up in lines in Grenville and everybody passing and see. So I am happy that we are looking at alternative means. What I would urge, though, is let us not just look at cashless transfer, but be flexible and look at other ways and other means to deal with that issue, to protect our vulnerable, Mr. Speaker. I've heard the member for St. George's Southeast said that we were paying living and dead. But it's not the policy of this government, and I know it will not be the policy of any government to pay dead. And the truth be told, sometimes it will be hypocritical of me to say that we had instances in our time, and maybe even before, that no family didn't appear at the revenue office or appear at the distribution site, knowing that their family members already passed to collect money, Mr. Speaker. It was a glitch in the system. I know that the procedure really is that the deaths and death are supposed to send over the information of people who died. But there's sometimes, Mr. Speaker, and it's going to happen all the time, whether it's this government, another government, because we are dealing with different people. We are dealing with some people, Mr. Speaker, they are good and they are bad. So there are people who will try to use the system to get what they want, whether it's housing, whether it's the seed program, whether it's the uniform assistance program. There will be people who are trying to circumvent the system. I knew when I came in the ministry, that was before when the former administration, I met court cases going on where the finance officer had to be going to the court because of family collecting money. So this thing has been there for a while. And so I want to say that whatever you can do to eliminate those ugliness, because it happened before and it could happen again if we do not have those measures in place. And I encourage that we put whatever measures in place, because the aim of the seed program, Mr. Speaker, is to protect our vulnerable. The aim is to provide proper education. That's why education, so proper education. Many people are poor and cannot send their children to school, but the seed program has enabled families not only to go to secondary school, but under our administration, when we came in 2013, we extended so that TAM, CC, and even SG students can receive assistance, understanding, Mr. Speaker, and appreciating that only through education we can eradicate poverty. And so I encourage this government to continue looking out. The truth is, there will be unscrupulous persons coming, seeking to get assistance, coming with all kinds of lies. It doesn't mean that members of this side, while being in government, want people who didn't deserve, deserving people to be on the seed program. And you would realize in your timing that there will be people who will come and pretend. They'll give you stories, but you have to do the groundwork. And so I urge, because we want to ensure that this program, this seed program, continue to protect the most vulnerable people across the country of Grenada, CARICOM, PD Martinique. Mr. Speaker, the housing program. You know, for the last 9+ years, I've been there. It's one of the programs every member of parliament, and I know those on the government side now will be seeing the same thing. Every day you in your constituency office, you have hundreds of people coming looking for assistance to rebuild homes. There are some who come, you'll assess, realizing that they need the assistance, you give the assistance, and sometimes, though they need the repairs, they're still prepared to sell a wood or sell a board. There are some things that you cannot change. You have to put policies in place, Mr. Speaker, but as the minister within the ministry, all the staff will say that I've been consistent in saying that we have to do what is right to ensure that we protect government funding, ensure we do what is right, and even when they do wrong, involve the police. You know, so we will continue to see issues where vulnerable families, you see the vulnerability and the need, but they will still try to use that to circumvent, to sell, and to do all that. And that is why we came up with the House Brigade program, because sometimes when you go around and you do the assessment, they would say, well, I have nobody to put it up for me. And therefore, we instituted the House Brigade program, and so I applaud continuing the House Brigade program where you can assist those vulnerable families to rebuild their homes. Mr. Speaker, I came from a family, and maybe the House would have heard that a number of times, but you learn my reputation. I grew up with no water, no stove, no in-house bathroom, no toilet. So I understand the plight of families. And so when I came in as the minister and the parliamentary representative for St. Andrew Northwest, I went to cabinet and got approval to start a pilot program in my constituency to assist in eradicating pit latrine. Mr. Speaker, that program, when seen by all the other members, they were interested, and so we had it under the Ministry of Social Development, Housing and Community Empowerment, where we try to lift people up, where we try to get them out of poverty. And so, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of families receive bathroom and toilet program. And I am happy again, Mr. Speaker, that we'll continue to see more families. Anything for the people, Mr. Speaker, I will be there supporting. Everything, Mr. Speaker, I will be praising when praise is due. But if I see any glitch in the system, then I will also raise it. The houses from the People's Republic of China, in my period, in the period under review, we received 1,000 houses. 364 were already given out, and 600 plus now pending. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation on Monday by the Minister of Finance, he stated that the government, at the time, our government, we were supposed to do the interior work of cupboards, bathroom, as per the agreement. I want to make it clear here, Mr. Speaker, that I was the person who signed the agreement, and that he was misinformed on that particular issue. We were responsible for the outside work, like the water, the electricity, and roads. Nowhere in the agreement spoke about interior work. But, Mr. Speaker, I applaud the provision of cupboards and kitchen cupboards and closets in the houses. Anything, Mr. Speaker, that will improve the lives of people, we have to commend. So, Mr. Speaker, while it was not part of the original agreement, I am happy that the people who will receive those houses very soon, I suppose, in the new year, will be getting those interior work which they were supposed to do. And sometimes we will appreciate that there are times when they too do not have the monies, and so I commend that. The counseling within the ministry, Mr. Speaker, the team, hardworking team that I have never seen before, and so we have done a lot of work, and I look forward to, I know that they will continue to work on that particular administration. The Bachelet Center, Mr. Speaker, which was established in our time to protect at-risk young people, I look forward to for them to continue that program, Mr. Speaker. But I know in recent time there were issues with the psychological services, and I so encourage that the psychological services be returned. It's not about personnel, but whoever, make sure that psychological services are provided to those young people who are in need of assistance. Mr. Speaker, I also want to spend a few minutes on the area of health, because I was given responsibility during the COVID period to work in the Ministry of Health. And so, being in opposition, Mr. Speaker, I want to stand here and say that these are people, nurses, doctors, the management team within the hospital. They gave out human services during the COVID period, and I was happy to be working with the team of hardworking people. And so when I heard the announcement of $500 for the nurses, I applaud that, Mr. Speaker. Also, we look forward, Mr. Speaker, to see all nurses being permanent. And you may say, well, you all didn't do it. Mr. Speaker, what I believe from my standpoint, I'm not talking about the personal standpoint there, is something that I believe that nurses should be treated as teachers and police officers. That's a fundamental belief. So from day one, individually, I believe that they are not only nurses, but the healthcare workers, including our doctors. So while, yes, the $500 is applauded for them, I look forward maybe in the next budget presentation to hear something for the doctors, the cooks, the cleaners, the drivers. They are our heroes, and we saw that in the COVID-19 period. So I look forward to see they getting permanent. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe the permanent alone would not keep them. And that's an important thing for us as a nation. You see, Mr. Speaker, the issue of health care cannot be seen as an NNP thing. It cannot be seen as an NDC thing. Sometimes when we're in government, then it's only about youth, and the opposition will say, well, it's NNP with the health care. But health is wealth, Mr. Speaker. And health affects NNP, NDC, Catholic, Anglican. So the issue of health care, Mr. Speaker, every one of us, we must work together to deal with the issue that confront the healthcare system in Grenada. There's no doubt, Mr. Speaker, that health is a challenge all over the world. And for small island state like us, it will be worse. So we have an exodus of nurses. And yes, the $500 was announced. However, there will still be nurses leaving at the end of the year, in the new year. So I think some serious study must be done to find out what's the root cause. Is it just permanent? Because you may realize that we'll go ahead and make them permanent and then they'll still go. Because of the hundreds that left us before, many of them have permanent in the workplace. So we must find out what is the root cause. What is causing all of these nurses to be going? I know it's happening in Barbados and it's happening in other Caribbean countries, but we have to look for a way on how we can deal with the issues. Because there are times when I go to Maribor Hospital, the nurse will say, well, I'm there still since morning, and the other person didn't show up, you know? So there is an issue. It's not an NDC issue, it wasn't an NMP, it's an issue that is inherited, and it's an issue that we must look at together, because the issue of health affects every one of us, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, while we have 100, maybe 80 or 85% of our healthcare staff, including nurses, are hardworking, dedicated, there are a small percentage, Mr. Speaker, of our workers who sometimes, I'm not sure if I want to say not suit the job, but the passion is not in that field. And so some solution has to be looked into, Mr. Speaker, how we treat and how we hire nurses and healthcare workers. Mr. Speaker, I had an incident that is very painful, even now, in March of this year, where someone who was very close to my family died of sickle cell. And we know the issues of sickle cell. We know that maybe you could fall down and dead any time because of the nature of it. But Mr. Speaker, let it not be the perception that it was because of negligence. And so I recall I was part of the government at the time. And I recall, Mr. Speaker, how it felt having even workers texting to say, well, this is the issue, this is what, her blood went down to 3% since Tuesday, and she was left in Maribor Hospital, Mr. Speaker, until Saturday when watermelon and flour, you had to rush her to the general hospital, Mr. Speaker. This hurts. And this has no political affiliation to it. But this is one issue, Mr. Speaker, one too many. And we have many more other issues that people will complain about in the healthcare system. And so the whole bunch of people who are working so hard get a bad rap by the 1% or 2% of people who will ignore what is expected of them. And so I say that something has to be done. And we also need to look at this whole systematic stigma that is associated with things like sickle cell. Because, you know, because was close to that particular person, and you will be in contact with other young people with sickle cell, Mr. Speaker, who will not want to go to the hospital because of what they are told. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure, or urge us, let us look at ways and means to deal with those particular issues, Mr. Speaker. A young person who is 21 years or 18 years or 19 years will not be willing just to go to the hospital and lie down if they do not have pain or is not suffering. And so once they come to the hospital, Mr. Speaker, there must be love and care and concern to ensure that we deal with those particular issues. Mr. Speaker, I raise that issue because it's something that has haunted me for the last couple of months. I cry for days. I even cry at others' funeral thinking about that I was part of a system that the perception out there that failed a young person. And so I hope as we move forward, Mr. Speaker, that we take a closer look on how we can deal with those particular issues that affect our healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, we have done a number of things as it relates to healthcare. I recall in the period, I will only speak about the period that I came in, a number of issues were identified, and I worked along with the management of the hospital to provide lighting, and I knew that we had an issue at the Maribor Hospital with the X-ray machine, and I want to thank the Benjamin Foundation, Grenlec, and the government at the time, who provided a brand new machine there. But when we came in, it was not working, and then all that was done, they said it was beyond repair, and so we were able to get a brand new one. We were also able, Mr. Speaker, to repair a place at the Maribor Hospital for small surgery and for lab. And I am pleased that the Minister of Finance at the Finance Committee did say that we are looking to decentralize the services. I mean, they'll continue on what we have started some, and they will continue, because we understand, Mr. Speaker, that the general hospital where everybody runs cannot deal with all the issues of healthcare. And so when we decentralize services, we also have to educate our people, because you may decentralize services and they still want to go to town. Everybody wants to go to general hospital. So we need to provide that means of education, so that they know when you have some minor issues, you go to Maribor, you go to St. David, wherever they are. But I am looking forward to 2023, when we have those areas will be utilized with more services to help to decentralize the services. Mr. Speaker, we have also provided lights for the theater and other machines. We have started the services for dialysis, and I noted recently that this will come into fruition in 2023, and that I applaud. We have seen so many people, Mr. Speaker, young people dying of kidney disease, and education must be an integral part of what go forward, Mr. Speaker, because you must teach them about diabetes and its implications. You must teach them about diet and exercise, Mr. Speaker. So I encourage that we will see more education, because you can provide all the medication, but if you can prevent those diseases, non-communicable diseases, from happening, then I urge the Ministry of Health and the government to come up with plans and programs to provide more educational activities for our people, whereby we will see less cancers, less obesity, less of those non-communicable diseases that is affecting and destroying our population. And Mr. Speaker, that is why I also support the whole issue of tax on carbonated beverages. But I support more than just taxing, because one would appreciate that if you are a Coke drinker, it's like an addiction. So even if you have to get $1 more to put, you'll put the $1. So while I support that in principle, I believe education has to be important. You must go ahead educating your people the implications that have on your body. And all research will tell you is devastating. Mr. Speaker, the issue of sugar, I have mixed emotions on it. For me as an individual, I know the implications. And so sometimes I try my best to make my bush tea without no sugar, because I know that it gives you extra weight and all that. But, you know, it's an acquired taste. So it's not going to be easy for people to just remove it. And yes, the education is important. So the taxing, in one sense, maybe we have to also look at ways in which we encourage people of alternative. But even with the alternative, you're still going to have people using it. So and it is seen as a staple for even the vulnerable. So maybe whatever measures we can look at, while encouraging them to do less. Because with everything, some things are in moderation. I may not drink sugar in tea, but I like cake. So, you know, so in moderation we can do it. But I encourage that we look at ways. And even there are small confectionery business people, vulnerable families, who will make fudge and sugar cake and all these things to sell, to make an honor living for their families. And the increase will have implications on them. And so I urge that we have some consultation with them, maybe offering alternatives to own a livelihood. But all in all, as it relates to those two particular issues, Mr. Speaker, I do understand the rationale for eradicating, and maybe we may need to cut it out altogether. But we cannot cut it out one lick. As I said, everything takes time. But the issue, the impact of sugar, we have seen recent studies that says it's like pouring kerosene in a fire, like with cancer. So if you have cancer and you drink a lot of sugar, the research recently have shown that it's an issue. And so we have to really educate our people as we move forward on how we can limit, how we can do less of those sugary beverages. Mr. Speaker, I do not want to talk on all the ministries and leave out the most important aspect, which is the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. I stand here on their backs, Mr. Speaker. I stand tall, knowing that, and I think I said that before, I've made history in the constituency in a period when the entity that I ran for, there was an 11% swing against them. In normal time, if you look at the statistics, the data, you realize that once that happened, then the candidate should not have won the last election. And so I thank the people of St. Andrew Northwest for the continued love, for the support, for being there with me in thick and thin, for the prayers. We have laughed together, we have cried together, we have prayed together, we have walked together. And so I thank them for continuing to lift me up and to say to them that I will be at your service. I will be your servant working for you. So though I'm in opposition, it doesn't mean that I cannot work for you. I will look for all ways and means to ensure that your voices are heard on particular issues. Mr. Speaker, in the constituency for the last 9 years, you would agree that there is an improvement in the housing stock in St. Andrew Northwest. And I'm proud as a representative that I've worked with, whether they're NNP or NDC, I've assisted all who needed assistance. And there are still families who need house repairs, Mr. Speaker, in the constituency. And as I said, it's one of the issues that confront many families. The issue of bathroom and toilet, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud that I came from a village where there was no bathroom and toilet. And I'm proud to say that there are only few households now that do not have bathroom and toilet. In fact, in the entire constituency, there are only few families, Mr. Speaker. And so as the representative, I am happy that I was able to change lives, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy that I was able to work with them to improve their living condition. Understanding, Mr. Speaker, that I've come from the ground just like them. And so I have an obligation as the Member of Parliament to improve the lives of those people. The schools within my constituency, Mr. Speaker, I have working relationship with all principal and staff, and we have the best schools. All our schools are in good conditions. I'm proud to say that. We are now finalizing in Star Preschool, but all the schools within the constituency are in good condition. And all of those work happened under my watch. So, Mr. Speaker, I will continue to champion for them in the Honorable House, even if it means that I have to get the Minister of Education number, because I know we have an issue that I want to raise, the issue of Paracle Government School. It's a brand new school, but there are issues of vandalization there, and so they are looking for assistance with fencing. So I'll be searching from the government side to see if we can get a fencing for the Paracle Government School to protect the school, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have seen in St. Andrew Northwest, Mr. Speaker, many vulnerable young people receive scholarship. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't only NNP who received the scholarship. And I'll relate a story here, Mr. Speaker, something that stayed with me and will stay with me until the Lord is ready for me. There was a young woman within my constituency who came to me seeking assistance. And so I took all her documentation. She didn't want to come to the office because of the whole political issue. So I told her to send them for me via email, and she sent everything during the COVID period. Her GPA was 2.9, and based on the policy, they say it must be over 3. And so her application was not approved for assistance. Mr. Speaker, I took that as a personal case. I saw it in twofold. I know the families personally within the constituency as very poverty-stricken. But secondly, I know that they supported the NDC. So if I told her that based on her GPA being 2.9, which is almost 3, if I say to her that it's 3 and over, they may say, well, maybe because you know who we are. And so I championed that cause, Mr. Speaker. I recall crying tears, and I know my colleague here would say what I'm saying is the gospel truth. I cried tears. Your cabinet secretary could be attest to that this is a family who remind me of myself and remind me where I came from. I did not get a scholarship. I had to seek a loan. But, Mr. Speaker, even as an adult, someone had to assist me to pay for when I was doing my master's and the last semester and I couldn't pay. And so I remembered all that. And these are things that God allows you to go through when He wants to elevate you. So I go through that whole thing. And when she came to me, I recall crying and calling Prime Minister and calling and going through all kinds of stories. And I was in Carrico at the time when I get a call that she was approved and will receive assistance. I cried tears like a baby. I was in the hotel with kayaks. I didn't even know who they are. We were just talking outside. And I started to bathe tears in the present, Mr. Speaker, because this is a needy family who need our assistance. And that is our role in this honorable house. Our whole role is not to oppose for opposing sake. Our role is not to beat up because we were in government for the past period and now it's your time. Our role is to assist the most vulnerable people across the Tri-Island state. And so, Mr. Speaker, I look forward for us to continue assisting families despite of political affiliation. And it's hard in this small island state when you have supporters. And I know because I've been there for all this long period. They'll come to you and they'll say, well, I cannot watch NMP. They've been there for 9 years and we've been out in the cold. And sometimes, and they'll put pressure on you as the representative or the person working in the area. But as leaders, we must demonstrate and lead by example. And sometimes we have to make the tough decisions, Mr. Speaker. And I know it's not easy because I've been there. And I know what it feels like, Mr. Speaker. And I know what I went through with people coming to you, and your supporters. And sometimes you have to hide to do things because you don't want them to know to go on your road and say that this person come to you, because once they know you're not supporting the NNP, then they'll have particular issues on that. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge us that we are in government, not we, but you are in government, and you will confront similar issues like we had while we were in government. But I urge you as leaders, you have to stand tall and make decisions, sometimes unpopular decisions, but it will benefit the people of your constituency and by extension, the people of Grenada, Caribbean, Martinique. It will benefit and you at the end of the day, because those political life is just for a time. Everything has its season. But what the footprints will leave in the sand will last forever. And so I urge us, Mr. Speaker, continue to provide assistance for our vulnerable. The debushing program, Mr. Speaker, in our time we had more than 2 fortnights, and while maybe there are some constituencies like St. George's or maybe Carrico where the weather is dry, that do not need more than the 2, I want to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that vulnerable areas like St. Andrew, where you have people who depend on that, it's like a social protection program, really. Like Christmas, they expect to get a fortnight. So if we can look to give some more to those areas, I will urge that. And as I spoke to my sister who is the not representative, but who is the person for the government on the side, you have to be vigilant because there are people, as representative, sometimes things happen in your name and you get blamed for it. And I know sometimes you say, well, all you do this and all you do that. But now you're in government, you realize you know everybody in every community. And so you have people in different areas identifying, but you have to be vigilant because they will be ensuring that all the families get. And some people who really need do not get. And some will identify that these people is NMP, so they shouldn't get because they've been getting for all this period of time. But Mr. Speaker, or you may say what happened on the NMP, but transformation. Transformation means radical change. So once you're transforming, it can't be the old. You cannot say, well, it happened under your time. You have to say that we are changing and we are looking to work together to develop our trial and state. When the election come again, maybe we'll be different. We'll do different things. We'll campaign differently, but in government. And so you have a responsibility for all. Let that responsibility be a responsibility that you can feel proud of when you're no longer in this. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge us to look for all, even though they did not vote for us. Mr. Speaker, I know my time is running really quickly. Before I end, I also need to speak to for St. Northeast on the constituency. Mr. Speaker, as a three-time MP, more than anyone else, I understand that election has consequences. And I understand that a new government, you will see change in people who are employed. I understand that there will be changes across ministries and across the country in different areas. Mr. Speaker, as I look or as I deal with two particular issues in my constituency, I planned that I would never raise the issue of people being sent home, understanding that election has consequences and certain things will happen. But Mr. Speaker, I saw a young man call me crying that he had a work in a particular place and he was sent home. He has an issue with the court and he had to take care of his child. And I saw another young lady writing on Facebook that she's so depressed. So I reached out to her and she said she's unemployed. No, she was part of some gang somewhere. And not exactly from my constituency, but I reached out to her. And Mr. Speaker, I thought deep on that particular issues that affect ordinary men, ordinary women, Mr. Speaker. And I am saying that I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to a day when government change, that ordinary people who would not affect your political work on the ground would not be sent home. And I can hear someone saying, well, it happened under your watch. We're talking change. We're talking transformation, which is radical change. We're not going with the same thing. So if you say, yes, it happened under your watch, I would be dishonest to stand here and say, it never happened, I never see it happening. Because, truth be told, I've seen it happen sometimes to even people who have been there in the vineyard, and that hurts. So I know what the issues are, and I know how it feels to lose a bread. And so, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to that day when government change. There are some jobs, and I would not be naive. I wouldn't be naive to say, well, I expect you to keep everybody there. and then bring in a thing, because I know that will be a financial issue. But I look forward to a day when we can look at people's circumstances to decide whether or not we send them home or we keep them. Maybe somebody who's over 60, then you may send them home. But somebody with 4 and 5 children, we will look to see, maybe add another gang if it is the warden or so. But I look forward to that day when that change will happen. I may not be in the house, but before I might be in retirement. But I look forward, seriously, I look forward to a day when any government, successive government, government to come in the future, we will be able to look at the needs of people when we making particular decisions. Mr. Speaker, before I wrap up, Minister Lewis, member for St. Andrew Northeast, is on leave, and so she wants to express her gratitude to the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northeast for giving her that second term in office. And she wants to express her love and appreciation for every one of them. She also wants to highlight, Mr. Speaker, some of the work that was done under her watch: major infrastructure work, the Paraclete Bridge renovation and expansion, the water enhancement project for the people of St. John's, construction of the Paradise Preschool, construction of the Players Facility in Paul's, ensuring that another alternative facility were prepared to provide healthcare services to the people of Tivoli when the main facility was deemed inappropriate. Construction of the Laboratory Bridge heading to Moonlight City after its sudden collapse, daycare construction, the lighting of Laboratory Field, and the Stimon Cultural Center, which is not only for St. Andrew Northeast, but for St. Andrew. We are proud to have this new facility, state-of-the-art facility for the people of St. Andrew. We are rooting for St. Andrew. And so we look forward to further development. I'm talking parish now, because I'm talking Northeast and Northwest. We look forward to the further development of the parish of St. Andrew. And I know we have the member on the other side for St. Andrew Southwest. We have to develop our community and we have to work together. And so I look forward to working collaboratively, Mr. Speaker, rooting for the people of St. Andrew Northwest and the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique for the next 4+ years. So, Mr. Speaker, let me say thanks to you and thanks my colleague on the side, and I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to being the voice of the people of the constituency of St. Andrew Northwest. I thank you.
Thank you to Honorable Delma Thomas for your contribution to the debate. I now invite our next speaker, MP for St. Patrick East, Honorable Dennis Cornwall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the privilege at this point in time to make my contribution to the 2023 estimate of revenue and expenditure. But before I do so, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank the Almighty God for bringing me here today and to be able to represent the people of constituency St. Patrick East. And I know despite I have not been able to be there 24/7 as they would like me to be, but I want to make sure that I let them know up front that I do have their back and I'll remain committed to solving the problem of St. Patrick's East and in Grenada in a big way. I also want to assure them that I'll be in the trenches with them every day, every time I could, without faulting. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to give you full support to the 2023 estimate of expenditure and revenue as presented by the Honorable Declan Mitchell, Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget theme of Vision 2035, people-centered transformation, laying the foundation for resilience, empowerment, and growth, clearly indicate the administration's fully understanding that the citizens of this country are the ultimate architects of the transformational journey of our beautiful country. Mr. Speaker, I wish to express my gratitude to the Prime Minister and my colleagues on this side of the House for entrusting me with the responsibility for our ministerial portfolio and for the support provided to date. I pledge my commitment, dedication, and providing the highest quality leadership to them as a team at my ministry and to build this beautiful country going forward. Mr. Speaker, the 2023 budget provided an allocation of $131.2 million, 80.4% represent capital expenditure, while 19.6% represent recurrent expenditure. This represents 9.7% of the total budget of $1.4 billion. Mr. Speaker, this clearly represents the significant place on physical infrastructure development across the island. Mr. Speaker, I wish to speak on the different areas that constitute the ministerial portfolio as assigned to me. I'll begin with the infrastructure and physical development. Mr. Speaker, the Satire's breakwater, although it's touted in the House as one of the main projects that the last administration had in St. Patrick, I normally refer to that project as a man-made disaster. And while I admit that they tried to basically resolve a problem, they, however, did not take heed to a proper environmental impact assessment on that project. And therefore, I don't have to basically go far to let the people of Greater Carrick and Petite Martin know. Just walk down to Mount Craven, Davie, Prospect, all the way down to Union, and you will see it is devastation of the people's property, land, and livelihood for yourself. So there's no need to basically do it. In the past couple of months, we continued with the consultant who was looking at the environmental impact assessment and the scope of work to be done. And I would say that in 2023, we would basically implement that project beginning in 2023. This project will cater for approximately 150 persons in terms of employment, and we are looking at spending over $27 million on that project. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the Grenada Agricultural Feeder Road Phase 3. Under this project, an amount of $101 million is provided for 11 projects. Of these, 5 of these projects are already completed. 3 will start in 2023, and the others are at various stages of completion at this stage. We may have heard in the media or in the news that the Library Road was one that basically plagued us for many months. I had sleepless nights on this Library Road because my colleagues and other persons out there in the public would send me all kinds of information that we know we are not a caring persons because the Library Road had been delayed. I have provided my cabinet with sufficient information so they can understand where we were with the Library Road. There were outstanding payments to the contractor that was not made prior to us getting into the office. We negotiated, and we have now paid the contractor those monies. And for this person who applied the Library Road will understand right now why that project has delayed thus far. I say no more on it at this point in time. Mr. Speaker, the St. Patrick's Road Network Upgrade Phase 2 involves the design and construction of 6.8 kilometers of asphalt pavement with the reconstruction of 5 bridges from Duquesne to Satirs. The following 4 bridges will be replaced. That's Duquesne Bridge, Stonack Bridge, Mount Craven Triangular Bridge, and the Satirs Bridge. Mr. Speaker, design will commence in the first quarter of 2023 with the aim of commencing construction in the third quarter of 2023. Mr. Speaker, preparation of feasibility study and detailed design to alleviate flooding in the St. George and Grenville areas. The study was commenced by the government to explore feasible options to alleviate flooding in the towns of Grenville and St. George. This includes Queen's Park to St. Tunnel, the Carenage to the Wharf Road, Lagon Road to Port Highway, Ross Point, Foliage, Grand Lanspain Road, Montrouge, Maurice Bishop Highway, Lansepines, and Grenville Town. Mr. Speaker, this project is expected to take 1 year for the provision of feasible solution to address the flooding and drainage concerns that have plagued towns for many years. The project is consistent with the government priorities to continue to foster resilience and to encourage economic activity by reducing barriers to citizens and business community. Mr. Speaker, the River Road Flood Mitigation Project Phase 2. This project geared at alleviating flooding in the River Road and Queen's Park area. This project commenced at a cost of $23.9 million, with contracts awarded to Creative Designs and Building Construction and Sunrise Construction, Inc. to implement the project. Phase 1 of the project, which commenced in August of 2021, entailed the construction of flood mitigation works, retaining walls, gabion basket along the river banks, from Steel Bridge to the mouth of the river. Mr. Speaker, Phase 2 of this project is in the tendering phase and will consist of replacing the Humpback Bridge and the Steel Bridge and road rehabilitation work, which will entail the replacement of culverts, drains, repaving of the immediate area. In excess of 100 persons will be employed throughout the project duration of 14 months. Mr. Speaker, the replacement of the Humpback Bridge and the Steel Bridge have become essential, as they would basically facilitate the free passage of debris that comes down the river. In other words, we have to basically raise the level of the bridge to allow those debris to flow freely into the ocean. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Western Main Road Corridor Project has 2 phases. One was the preparation of the feasibility study, and the detailed design under which was completed in October 2022. The Phase 2 entails component of this project, which is our 27 kilometers of road, to be republished from the stadium to St. Mark's Secondary School. Deteriorated and narrow bridges will be demolished, and reconstruction drains and culverts will be reconstructed and slopes will be stabilized. Mr. Speaker, I want to just basically mention one thing under this particular project. This project, along with the project we implemented by NAWASA in the south, we had gotten commitment from the UK Caribbean Fund to the tune of over $80 million to do those construction. Again, it is purported that because of the delay of COVID pandemic for 2 years, plus other delays, we are now at the point where we are almost likely to lose the grant funding. These were funded that we didn't have to go to a bank to borrow, but it was funded our EMAC for Grenada to have those projects implemented. Mr. Speaker, I would say that part of the problem is we have talked about the low implementation that the last administration did. And you don't have to take my word for it, but simply ask the CDB or the UKC people and they will tell you that a lot of the delays that was actually experienced under that project was not solely because of COVID-19. It has to be done because the government did not do what it was supposed to do. Mr. Speaker, Molina Land Slippage Reconstruction Project. We have turned this out in October of 2022, and now the project is well on its way. I have heard in this House by the leader of the opposition that, he doesn't understand what we're doing because he already turned this out at a previous moment. He also spoke about compensation for the persons who were affected on that particular location. I wish to place on record in this House that with the help of the Minister of MIT, we were able to basically, through the engineers in our ministry, to engage the people in Molinier. And we were able to basically offer them compensation packages, which was sanctioned by the Cabinet of Grenada. And now we were able to start the project when we did. Mr. Speaker, it is enough mamagism that we have all around the place. I don't believe in coming and tell people nice stories. I believe in the truth, and the truth will set me free every time. Mr. Speaker, concrete works in Grenada. A fundamental component of the portfolio of the ministry is the implementation of small-scale projects, which then to have will have tremendous impact on our communities. During 2022, a total of $48 million was spent on those small projects. Below is a breakdown of the spend across parishes. St. George, $35.4 million. St. Andrews, $3.5 million. St. David, $0.8 million. St. Patrick, $1 million. St. John, $5.3 million. St. Mark, $1.8 million. Kariku, $1 million. Mr. Speaker, approximately 3,000 employment opportunities had been continuously provided by this activity. Mr. Speaker, for 2023, a provision of $6 million has been allocated to undertake concrete works throughout the various parishes. It is estimated that 1,500 jobs will be created as a result of this exercise. Mr. Speaker, to complement that, we have the asphalt works to be done at various sections of the road network throughout the island that will cost about $16 million. Approximately 162 employment opportunities will be generated. Mr. Speaker, asphalt crew comprise of 18 crew in total. Each crew consists of 1 foreman, 1 oilman, 3 brickmen, and 4 laborers. The crews by parish are as follows: St. George, 5 crews. St. David, 3 crews. St. Andrew, 4 crew. St. Patrick, 3 crew. St. John, 2 crew. St. Mark, 1 crew. Carriacou and Pitimatic, we did not have a crew there, and we probably look into that during the course of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I now move on to the Natural Disaster Rehabilitation and Reconstruction Project, which is funded by the Caribbean Development Bank at a cost of $5 million, which is currently ongoing and scheduled for completion in 2023. Component 1 of this project, this bridge, is a mark for reconstruction at a cost of $2.9 million. The contract is done by Gilbert Engineering and Partners, which will commence pending the completion of the Brothers Slope Stabilization Project, which entails construction of retaining walls and pavement widening. Mr. Speaker, component 2 of this project has been awarded to Sunrise Construction at a cost of $2 million. In order to ensure smooth implementation of this project, the bypass road of closure was rehabilitated at a cost of $1 million, which connects eastern and western sides of the country, St. Andrews and St. John. Mr. Speaker, I turn now to the Kuma Road that is located in the Snog Corner, St. George, and will connect St. George northeast to northwest. This road will provide alternative and shorter route to the users of the Western Railroad Corridor Road. This would provide an alternative to the Mount Morris Road, given the Molina section of the Western Railroad Corridor has been significantly damaged. Mr. Speaker, contract was awarded to Gilbert and Partners Construction Limited at a cost of $14.2 million, for which work is scheduled to conclude in January of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to upgrading of the Grenada traffic light system. The replacement of Grenada traffic light system is an integral part of reducing traffic congestion and accident on the island. Through the implementation of this project, the entire lighting system will be replaced and modernized using cutting-edge technology to ensure maximization of full capacity of the roadway. A contract was awarded to Caritrans at a cost of $13 million. The full replacement of the system is anticipated to end in January of 2023. Mr. Speaker, the Road Improvement and Maintenance Program. The ministry reintroduced the Environmental Warden Crews, which will provide continuous road maintenance to include drainage, cut of overhangings, culvert cleaning and maintenance of compounds of government public facilities and public spaces such as cemeteries, community centers, and beaches. Mr. Speaker, the crews are as follows, which consist of 1 leader, 5 helpers. St. George, 20 crews. St. Andrews, 18 crews. St. David, 6 crews. St. Patrick, 8 crews. St. Mark, 4 crews. And St. John, 7 crews. Again, Carriacou is not mentioned here, but we'll take care of Carriacou in due course. Mr. Speaker, to mitigate and employ preventative measures before and after the rainy season, the ministry spent a total of $3.6 million for the provision of truckage for the removal and disposal of debris, rental of equipment, and disposal of trees, clearing of landslides, and the breaking of boulders that normally come to the road from time to time. Mr. Speaker, the beautification, empowerment, sustainability, and transformation program, BEST. This is the program that will replace the commonly known debushing program that we were accustomed to in the past. I have students at Ayers Anglican School, and I have basically complained bitterly of the conditions of the road when debushing has taken place. I made it my duty yesterday, Mr. Speaker, to drive from St. George's through the Granite Town and came down the East Coast, having done the other key road the previous week. And you can still see some of the concerns I've raised. The debushing take place, the grass remain on the roadside for weeks and months and so on. When the rainfall, it gets back into the rain. And I believe it's a total wastage by having this. And again, it was one of the things that we took into consideration when we basically re-engineered this debushing program. But I also must say, Mr. Speaker, that there is a training component within the BEST program to allow for training of persons who might be interested in other type of entrepreneurial activities such as composting. We can use the debris that we get on the road to basically engage in that particular practice. Mr. Speaker, construction, rehabilitation, extension of government buildings. During the year 2022, 40 government buildings were refurbished to provide a more conducive working environment for staff of the respective ministry and department at a cost of $9.5 million. In this current budget, $3 million has been provided for the continuation of those government type buildings. We are looking at health centers in New Hampshire, Granville, Piedmont, River Sally St. Patrick's, Hermitage St. Patrick's, St. David's, Tivoli St. Andrews, West Hall St. George, Grand Anse, Mount Gay Clinic, Leicester Medical Station, and Windward Medical Station. We're also going to look at repairing some of the police stations that are badly in need of repairs at the moment. St. George, Grenville Police Station, Grove and Victoria Police Station, Hermitage Police Station, St. Paul's Police Station, and the Grand Marais Police Station. Government buildings. All government-owned buildings will be assessed and ranked accordingly to prioritize for repairs in keeping with the government transformation agenda. The intention is to renovate all government buildings within the next 5 years. Mr. Speaker, school renovation and expansion program. The ministry has conducted repairs on 49 schools at a cost of $14.5 million. To ensure that the children and teachers had an improved learning environment, school repairs is a continuous process undertaken throughout the year. Mr. Speaker, the Ministerial Complex Repair Program. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the premier office of the government of Grenada is in very poor shape. In fact, yesterday only, that elevator in the building stopped with 2 persons in it with material. And that was not the first time. So though we build fancy buildings around the country and so on, government of habit of not maintaining the facilities. And therefore, we have to take immediate step to basically ensure that continuous maintenance takes place on this building. We have started by removing the carpets and so on various floors, and to replace them with tiles. You also have to look at the structural aspect of the building. If you look at the building from the outside, it looks as though molds will take over that in the near future. The air condition is not working properly. And again, we have to look at replacing that. You are not basically having horses and boats in those buildings. Human beings are occupying those buildings. And we have to be concerned about the health and the safety. And therefore, this government is committed to make sure that we continue to maintain government buildings at all costs so that we can ensure that the occupants of those buildings are safe. Mr. Speaker, capacity building and training programs will be undertaken, and we will be targeting the small contractors of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martin. For too many years, we've heard our small contractors saying that they're not benefiting from the various programs and projects that the government implements. But we are saying to you that in order for you to basically be able to at least get on board with the bigger projects and to be able to at least service the public sector and the private sector in your business, you ought to rise to the occasion. And as such, the government is going to provide training for you to basically bring yourself up to date in terms of filling out contract forms in a proper way to make sure that you deliver value for money at the end of the day and to ensure that you can be able to get a piece of the pie. Mr. Speaker, preparation of feasibility study and detailed designs for the police headquarters and fire station. Mr. Speaker, you can look around the country. Our lawmen, our policemen are living in dire conditions. Some of the buildings are not even suited for a horse to be in. And therefore, we have to look seriously at providing adequate accommodation for our policemen who ply the road every single day. So I would want to say to the police officers and the firemen, this administration have your back, and we will be moving swiftly to ensure that we can find some comfort for you while you go to rest. Mr. Speaker, Grenada Resilience Improvement Project, GRIP. This is a project funded by the World Bank and will consist of the construction of the Balthazar Bridge, coastal protection and flood risk reduction of the Eastern Main Road at Subies and Maki, and technical assistance to improve institutional capacity for increasing resilience. This project will be implemented over the next 5 years, commencing with engaging engineering firms for the preparation of designs. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the cliff rehabilitation and roundabout project. These projects encompass the Springs Woodland and Upper Woburn Monjalio Junction Road. This critical section of the road will be repaired in 2023. The tendering process commenced in October of 2023, and the contract award will be made in December of 2022. Work should commence in February of 2023. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to other areas of my portfolio. One of these is civil aviation. Mr. Speaker, in May of 2022, a delegation from the ministry with response for civil aviation attended the fourth ministerial meeting of the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority, ECA, and its International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, contracting states in Miami. As a show of our commitment to regaining a Category 1 safety status from the FAA for our airport, we thought it was necessary to ensure that Grenada participate in those activities. At this meeting, Grenada signed a declaration of intent, which was also signed by the ECA member states and the OECS Commission and ICAO. Mr. Speaker, in July 2022, ICAO conducted a risk assessment technical assistance mission for Grenada, which also incorporated a full funded management risk workshop to the benefit of 13 aviation and security professionals. This training and the deliverables from the IKO training resulted in a resolution of several deficiencies cited by IKO in previous audits, allowing Grenada to improve the compliance with international standards and recommended practices. Mr. Speaker, the government of Grenada signed an S-Summit agreement with SVG Align to provide a 19-seat twin otter service between Grenada and Carrico, improving the essential linkage between our island for citizens and to visitors seeking to explore our tri-island state in an efficient and convenient manner. We have had challenges, and we were informed not too long ago that the aircraft that was used for doing the service has encountered some damages and will be out of service. I can only say at the moment that we are working steadfastly with the provider of the service to ensure we can continue service in the near future. In the absence of that, we are continuing to work on other avenues that we think that will be able to resolve our problem as we forge forward in trying to make sure that we have efficient transportation between our islands. Mr. Speaker, during the 2022 period, several projects aimed at improving the civil aviation infrastructure at the Maurice Bishop International Airport are ongoing. For example, once completed, the airport expansion project will deliver an extended apron with additional aircraft parking, see the introduction of jet bridges, an updated air traffic management system, and a renewed airfield ground lighting system with energy-efficient technology, cargo processing facilities, and a fully rehabilitated runway, among others. Mr. Speaker, Cabinet has approved the reconstitution of the Air Transport Licensing Board, within which the ELIF Committee has been subsumed. The ATLB would, among other duties, address procedural and regulatory issues, especially at the interregional level. The ATLB is comprised of tourism stakeholders and civil aviation technical experts. This construct is expected to result in collaborative, focused effort to source and negotiate additional airlift capacity for passengers and cargoes operating in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to public utilities. Mr. Speaker, I will now give a brief discourse of 8 state-owned enterprises and statutory bodies that constitute public utilities and are under my portfolio. I must indicate that all these entities have already had newly reconstituted boards that are geared to maximizing the efficiency and service delivery of these entities. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to gravel and concrete emulsion production plant. Mr. Speaker, revenue for the 9 months to September 30th, 2022 at the facility was 14.6 million, a 13.2% growth compared to 2021. All revenue generating departments of the corporation grew with the exception of mining, which showed a small decline of 1% compared to September 2021. Mr. Speaker, the department performed as follows: blocks, $1.1 million, mining, $5.3 million, ready mix, $5.1 million, imported sand, $3.1 million. Mr. Speaker, the revenue budget for 2022 is $15.1 million. Thus, the corporation has achieved 97% of the budgeted revenue year to date. Mr. Speaker, cost of operations for the 9 months up to September 30th, 2022 was $11.5 million compared to $9.7 million for the corresponding period in 2021, which represents an increase of 19%, mainly in the cost of production of ready mix, blocks, and imported sand. Mr. Speaker, I must say that notwithstanding the performance of the gravel and concrete emulsion production corporation, we have challenges. The corporation is responsible for basically importing sand into the country for resale to the public service as well as individual users out there. And the challenge that we face, we are importing that sand from Guyana. Although the guys who are basically providing us with the sand, they do have capacity to make sure that we can get the amount of sand that we want. The problem we have is that we do not have the shipping adequacy to have the sand been brought to Grenada. And therefore, the supplier of the sand would like to basically utilize larger ships to do that. And that is a question that we have to basically address, whether or not we can, find the right balance in allowing for those companies to carry the sand to Grenada. Mr. Speaker, we also have problems with equipment at the gravel and concrete. For many years, those equipment, in my opinion, was left to rot. Some of them improper maintenance, some of them they were cannibalizing one to basically repair the other. So today, we have a shortage of equipment to do an optimum level of operation at the corporation. And so we are looking forward to looking at how we can provide them with new equipment to ensure that they can deliver the service that they are required to do. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to NAWASA. Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 era brought fast-moving and unexpected impact for which many organizations like NAWASA were unprepared. As an organization, NAWASA had to react rapidly, reorganizing supply chains, adopting remote work models, and speeding up decision-making in the nation's best interest. 2022 has been the year of recovery. NAWASA credits itself for maintaining its mission by providing adequate, reliable, and safe supply and consistent supply of potable water island-wide. Mr. Speaker, a return to quick pace project implementation was high on our agenda, and among its priority areas was the implementation of the Green Climate Fund US $125 million project. This project aimed to improve systematic climate change resilience in Grenada's water sector, and better water supply service, especially in times of drought and after extreme weather events, by positioning Grenada as a regional frontrunner for the climate resilient water management, establishing water sustainability, resource management in Grenada, and promoting water savings in the agriculture and tourism sector, among others. Identified as the island's single largest investment in the water sector, the JUCRU project advanced with considerable pace to achieve completion in the year 2025. All designs for the Group 1 pipeline installation are completed, and provision are now being made for the installation of pipeline inclusive of the procurement of contractors. To date, all pipes required for the implementation of Group 1 storage and distribution tanks have been procured and have arrived in Grenada. Additionally, contract negotiations awarding the tank supply and installation at an advanced stage. Mr. Speaker, the second quarter of 2023 will see the installation of water storage tank in varying sizes from 350,000 to 500,000 gallons, as the installation of the pipelines network associated with the tanks, measuring around 14 kilometers. The following areas will be affected: Maribor St. Andrews, Pegueswim St. Patrick, Tufton Hall St. Mark, Dr. Bell St. John, Monroe St. George, and Carrier St. Andrews. Mr. Speaker, NAWASA has already secured ownership of the tank sites for Group 1 of the project. Currently, preliminary drawings and necessary investigation are on the way for Group 2 sites. Mr. Speaker, despite limitations, NAWASA has made significant headways with implementing the $19 million US project in 2022. The project aimed to increase the capacity, storage, quality and quantity of potable water supplied to the southern western parts of the island, upgrade to the sewage disposal system in St. George, and build climate resilience in the water supply sewage disposal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, detailed designs were all completed, and the project is awaiting final approval from the Caribbean Development Bank to commence physical works, which will ensure upgrades to the Concord Water Treatment Plant, the installation of new pipes from Sendal Tunnel to Point Sterling, replacement of 3,000 meters of sewer lines in the town of St. George, the installation of treated potable water storage reserve at Molina and Monbridge, both in the parish of St. George. Mr. Speaker, of the 14 of the proposed project intended to improve now was the transmission and distribution network, is testament of the careful planning and implementation measures adopted to ensure continuity of process, adequate functioning, and production of all water systems. Mr. Speaker, now also customers have benefited from upgrade to networks in the following areas: St. George, Monjalou, Marian pipeline upgrade, Clark's Court Bay pipeline upgrade, Shantimel pipeline upgrade, Duquesne Main Road pipeline upgrade, Suez and Seabreeze pipeline upgrade, and Marquis pipeline upgrade. Mr. Speaker, concluded infrastructure upgrades for 2022 amounts to $3 million, which with a few scheduled projects to be completed by the end of 2022 amounting to $2.3 million. I now move on, Mr. Speaker, to Public Utility Regulatory Commission, that's better known as PURC. Mr. Speaker, the commissioner of the PURC has been reconstituted with a view to pushing forward the drive to renewable energy on the island. Mr. Speaker, I've been met by several persons on the road who have invested in solar system on their houses, and they were very much concerned that nothing has been happening with regard to allowing them to basically power their house as well as to be able to sell the excess back to the grid. And therefore, we'll be moving swiftly to ensure that that happens in the near future. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding imminent challenges, the Commission would examine strategic initiatives to solidify the viability of the PURC given the development in the energy sector and supply of service from utilities on the island. Grand Lake, Mr. Speaker, I would not dwell too much on the Grand Lake matter because Honorable Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell would have spoken extensively on that matter. However, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the delivery of the Prime Minister, Grand Lake is committed to delivering quality service to its customers and would be making all effort to ensure that solutions are found to mitigate its many challenges. I now move on to physical planning unit. Mr. Speaker, the major goal of the unit is to launch an independent authority, the Planning and Development Authority, consistent with the 2016 Act, with a new organizational structure and enhanced institutional framework. Mr. Speaker, we have been bombarded with complaints over the years that people were not able to get their development plans approved on time and that there was not adequate supply of resources, both personal and other means, to basically have those plans approved. We are happy to announce that the Planning and Development Authority is well on its way to basically becoming a statutory institution, and they will be moving forward to ensure that they have adequate staffing to carry out their functions. I see no more on that at the moment, but it will be unfold over the coming weeks and months. The Grenada Airport Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Grenada Airport Authority, despite the challenges derived from the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic, continue to comply with all the regulatory mandates to restore passenger confidence, keep staff and the general public safe, and to secure the support of the recovery of the aviation industry and rebuilding of the local economy. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, there is work undergoing at the Maurice Bishop International Airport to expand the apron of the airport, to resurface the entire airstrip, to improve the lighting on the runway, and to work towards improving the infrastructure, i.e. the roads or the bypass road. Mr. Speaker, when that is completed, we can assure you that the environment at the airport would be very much improved. In fact, we will have 2 jet bridges installed that will enable passengers to embark and disembark without much difficulties. Mr. Speaker, I've already said that there are 2 projects that are currently being executed at the airport. That's the airport runway and road rehabilitation project funded by the China Exim Bank. And then another project funded by the World Bank Caribbean Regional Air Transport Connectivity Project, CATCO. Those projects will basically, once completion, will enhance the Maurice Bishop International Airport and be able to allow us to benefit from the final product. Mr. Speaker, in addition to the GAA, would engage in a renewable energy project under the project. The GAA is to identify, select, and engage a developer to design, construct, and operate a large solar photovoltaic plant at the Maurice Bishop International Airport, which will basically add to its energy supply and reduction of cost where its overhead is concerned. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the area of transportation. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transportation and the Grenada Transport Commission, as part of a longer-term, more strategic and sustainable approach, which align the public transport sector to the economic sectors and environmental agenda of the government, implemented a sustainable road-based public safety study with the support of the Caribbean Development Bank. So as we speak, there is an ongoing survey which basically would gather information which would provide beneficial information to the Commission so that we can be able to guide our decision-making where transportation is concerned in Grenada. Mr. Speaker, there are other matters I would like to talk about with regard to the transportation sector. I have heard from the busmen who have actually approached me on many occasions asking what is going on with the bus sticker situation. You may recall in March of 2022, the then commission actually took the position of a moratorium on issuing stickers for the local busmen, and the complaints continues. It was supposed to be for a 6-month period. The 6-month period has come and gone. But in the interest of ensuring that the current survey that we are conducting to gather information on the transportation sector is completed to enhance our decision making, we have done some issuing of stickers on a selected basis for one particular route. That's the route from St. George Street to St. Patrick, and that is because that route is basically the most underserved route in Grenada. We have also assisted some of the bus drivers who have had need for replacement of their stickers as they expired. We have done that. Hopefully, at the end of the project, we'll be able to at least provide an upgraded service to the bus drivers of Grenada Caribbean Martinique. Bus shelters and bus stops. We have been approached by many business people to basically adopt and to build new bus stops throughout Grenada Caribbean Martinique, and we welcome the collaboration to ensure that this is done. But, Mr. Speaker, we want to ensure that once those bus stops are built, that they're taken care of, and they are not used as market stall for people vending their goods and services, i.e. agricultural products. We know that they have to find space to do that, but we don't think that the bus stops are the most adequate places for doing that. Mr. Speaker, allow me now to highlight some of the work that is taking place in St. Patrick East at the moment. There are several concrete projects that are either ongoing or these projects are out for tender. I would not want to mention all the name of the projects here, but just a few. The Rosehill Bathway Road, the Bathway Ken Drive, the Riverside Baghdad Road, the Liver Bathway Road, the Bathway Ken Drive, as I said before, Hermitage Bonham Road. This is a road that was basically started back in the former NDC government, and once that government lost the election, that road was abandoned up until today. In fact, I was told that at the time there were materials delivered to the site, and months later on they came and took away the material and so on, leaving the people in sheer desperation. Now, Mr. Speaker, I must say to you that I have visited the place on many occasions. When the rain falls and the river is overflowing, children cannot go to school, husband cannot go to wife, to work. if the husbands are out working in the field, they will not be able to come home to their wives. And therefore, it was an ill-fated act of the past administration not to continue that road. I say no more on this matter. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the people of St. Patrick East for entrusting in me the responsibility to develop this very historic and beautiful section of Grenada. I give the people my commitment to enhance the lives and livelihood of all persons within the constituency, as long as you permit me to do so. Mr. Speaker, I know that during the campaign, the opposition used to use this memo. Where this man come from? Where he was? We don't know that man, right? So the question is, I am here to tell them I was always there, and I will continue to be there with them, no matter what. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you and to the management team and the general staff of the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation, and Transportation. It has been all hands on deck since I commenced my stewardship at the ministry. I trust that we will continue to work diligently to push the development agenda of the ministry and by extension the country. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just raise a few points before I end my presentation. I think I still have some time remaining. The leader of the opposition intimated that we expect the bushers or the persons who use that form of project to basically engage in their livelihood, that we would be asking them to work from 8 to 4. I know where that is coming from. At my town hall meeting in St. Patrick East, I intimated very carefully that I was not satisfied with what was happening, and I'm still not satisfied with what's happening today. Because again, as I said, the grass is left on the road. Sometimes the bushing is done so aggressively and so on, it allows for the lands to slide alongside the road. And we need to fix that, because it's not make in any sense to me to cut the grass and leave it there, and then at the end of the day, when rain falls, the grass blocks the drain, and the water undermines the road that we basically spend millions of dollars in trying to fix. I think that must change. We are going to allow young people who have intentions to basically look at new activities, utilize the debris that is cut on the road to be used in mulching and composting. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk a bit on the comment made by the leader of the opposition with respect to Grenada's selected debt default. He alleged that Libya has had different governments over the years and so on, and therefore we were afraid to pay because we don't know what we're paying and so on. The selected default that we have in place is not the NDC government that is saying so. This is confirmed by the Caribbean Development Bank as well as the World Bank. And therefore, we have to come to this route and ensure either we negotiate those debt with the right people and ensure that we get out of this selected default situation. The selected default situation is affecting Grenada's ability to raise needed funds to conduct its infrastructural development. And unless we get it off our books, we will be restricted. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned before that we lost some $80 million, or we're about to lose $80 million funding from the UK SIF. And that is because they said, although the government of the past said that COVID was the main responsibility for them not having to really draw down on that money, that's why. I tend to disagree, but I leave it at that. Mr. Speaker, I will now conclude, but before I do so, I wish to thank you for affording me the time for delivery at this point in time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dennis Cornwall, MP for St. Patrick's East. Kevin Andrew, Honorable, the light is on. Okay, I saw this light on, so I wondered why. All right, so we now continue the debate we just had. Honorable Dennis Cornwall, MP for St. Patrick East. I now await the other presenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my full support to the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 2023 as presented by our Prime Minister in this House on December the 5th, 2020. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to begin by saying how happy I am to be here, to be in a position to contribute meaningfully to the social and economic transformation of our country and of our people. Mr. Speaker, it has been my lifelong dream. And I feel animated, motivated, stimulated, and captivated by the expression of confidence and trust from many Grenadians here and abroad, and by the joy of great expectations that fill their hearts, knowing that I will always dedicate myself assiduously to improving the living standards of our people. Mr. Speaker, I am here because I am in full consonance with the development philosophy of the National Democratic Congress Party. A philosophy that says that a country's development lies in the hands of the people, who must be seen as the object and subject of development, and that government's role in this construct must be one of facilitator, enabler, and regulator to safeguard the country for our children and our children to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, I hold strongly in my heart, and I do have a heart, the philosophical view that what Grenadians need to transform their lives is not a hand out, but a hand up. And as a government, this is what we are here to do. We are here to put our people to work, give our people a hand up, and the individual freedom to utilize their time, talent, and treasure to achieve economic independence by producing a good or a service that has a demand and from which they can earn a decent income and live a decent life, a life of industry and a life of pride. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, that we in this administration, we don't need 20 years to do so. as it is said in mathematics, QED, it can be quite easily done in less than 10 years. Mr. Speaker, I say this. I say this because I recall when I graduated from university in Trinidad, my lecturer and my supervisor, Dr. Carl Theodore, now Professor Emeritus, said to me that now that the external marker has approved your thesis, your master's degree will be awarded to you. And that I want to advise you that when you return to Grenada, you must never use your brain cells, never use your head to design programs and policies and projects to keep your people poor. Always do it to improve their lives and make them rich. I cannot let down my professor and my lecturer. And in that regard, Mr. Speaker, the ministry that I have been given to lead is a combination of two ministries. Number 26, which is the Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and the Creative Economy. And number 64, Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries, and Cooperatives. Mr. Speaker, this ministry, as nice as it sounds, comprises many of Grenada's productive sectors and therefore has a pivotal role to play in the transformation of our economy. But I want to say to you, Mr. Speaker, that for me, it is a wonderful task. For I am confident that with the support of my Prime Minister, my colleagues minister, other ministries and departments, the GTA, the private sector, and the team within the ministry, we are going to achieve our goals. I said it, Mr. Speaker, because I've already met with the staff of my ministry. They were happy to receive me and outlined to them the new trust in this new paradigm and of the need to focus on implementation of the projects and programs if we are to achieve our transformative agenda. I am happy to say they have all expressed their support to me in that regard. Mr. Speaker, the total 2023 budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and the Creative Economy, vote number 26, is 83.1 million, broken down as recurrent 24 and capital 59.1. We have identified major priorities under each department, and I want to proceed with some of them. Administration. This administration part of the ministry represents the soul. It will make sure the ministry is adequately staffed to carry out its operations with effectiveness and efficiency. And of course, as our ministry is new, we have some positions to be filled. And they're going to be filled by Grenadians. So the money will be spent on Grenadians. The Department of Economic and Sustainable Development and Planning. Mr. Speaker, the allocation for 23 is 30.5 million. This department, Mr. Speaker, will have direct responsibility for the economic planning of this country. Development in our islands takes place essentially through projects. That's how we develop our country. We develop our country by writing project proposals, submitting them to funding agencies, getting them approved, and having those projects implemented once approved. So if you want to build a road, you have to prepare a project. A hospital, a school, a port. Even if you want to get technical assistance to build the capacity of our public servants, we have to prepare projects. So therefore, what it means, the transformation of our economy lies precisely in the design, preparation, and implementation of projects. That's where the essence lies. And to do this, we will ensure that every ministry and every major department has a planning officer or a programming officer. But we will also ensure that these officers are well trained in the area of the project management cycle. Project management cycle. And in that regard, we have already asked the Caribbean Development Bank. I myself spoke directly to Mr. Ian Durant, who is the head of operations. I also spoke to the president, and he gave me the assurance that they will provide the training for us. So we're looking forward in the first quarter of next year to have our planning officers, programming officers, and it would be nice to include persons involved in the areas of project writing and proposal writing, the NGOs, and so on as well. Include them in that training. Because what we ask for is a 3-week comprehensive training in the area of project management cycle. Yeah? How you prepare a project, how you submit it to funding agencies, and how you go about implementing the project. And a very important aspect of the training, Mr. Speaker, is going to be the area of procurement. Area of procurement. What we observed in Grenada is that a major factor contributing to the delay in implementation of our project is because we are not familiar with the procurement guidelines of those funding agencies. And if CDB is a major financier of our projects, and if the World Bank is a major financier of our projects, then we have to be familiar first with those procurement guidelines of these funding agencies. And the point is, therefore, Mr. Speaker, that if we can get our public service well trained in the project management cycle, then we stand a good chance of a much better rate of implementation of our public sector projects, of our PSIP. There is another role for the Economic Planning Department, and that is the institutional framework for the management and the operation of the public sector investment program. I personally had a meeting with the planning officers in the line ministries, in which I described to them what the framework is going to be to manage and to operate the PSIP, because the PSIP consists of all those projects that are to be implemented, and they will be implemented through the capital budget. I had a meeting with them. They liked the meeting. They were happy. They gave ideas for improvement. I had a next meeting with the permanent secretaries in all the ministries, and they too were happy. They too were happy. They liked the meeting. They provide ideas for strength. My next step will be to have a meeting with the ministers, all the ministers. It was supposed to happen last week, Friday, but I was not here. So as soon as the budget is finished, the debate is over, ministers, look out for me, are coming. I'm asking Cabinet Secretary for permission so that we can discuss that framework, the institutional framework for the management and the operation of our public sector investment program. Yeah? Wherein lies our projects, which are important for implementation through the capital budget if we are to achieve the social and economic transformation agenda that we put forward. Rural development. Mr. Speaker, a key component of the government transformation agenda is the revival of the rural economy. And we have two main projects of importance here. One is the BNTF, the Basic Need Trust Fund. This project has been around for a while. It's geared towards improving or eliminating poverty. It's all geared towards poverty reduction. And you know, when I hear the word poverty, I get uneasy. I don't like to see people who are poor. I wish I could always do something to help our poor people. And I really hope that 20 years from now, when this government come back to this parliament, they would not be calling people poor or speaking about poor people in this country. Our plans and programs and our policies are to be geared towards eliminating, eradicating poverty as quickly as possible. There is too much poor people in this country. Too much. It breaks my heart, and I have a heart. So I know what I say. Because, Minister, Northwest, you and me is the same thing. We know where we come from. Yeah? And we know how hard we have to struggle for an education. Yeah? To rise out of our poverty. So when I hear you stand with elegance and wittiness and majesty and equanimity and composure and give support to this side of the house in our efforts to eradicate poverty, I like you. You're on the wrong side of the house. I like you. So, Mr. Speaker, under the BNTF, we have four main projects: the Bonnet Bridge construction, the Syndromic RC School, the Victoria School for Special Education, expansion and refurbishment. And I'm pleased to announce that the contract for the designs, drawings of the Syndromic RC and Victoria School have already been recently signed. And we also have the construction of the St. John's Street Child Development Center. Mr. Speaker, another major component of the rural economy development is this climate smart agriculture and the rural enterprise program, what we call SIAP. SIAP, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, truth be told, these are nice programs. When you read them and you understand them, you must implement them because they're good. I mean, they are really in design geared towards helping our poor, right? And giving a sense of enterprise and development for our people in the rural areas and getting the rural areas developed so we no longer have to suffer from this rural urban drift. Yeah? So they have been around for a while. My understanding is about some $37 million has been allocated in this rural enterprise project. Mr. Speaker, we intend to train and to prepare about 142 people in what is called the First Push Grant and the Youth Business Grant. Additionally, 130 existing businesses are going to receive a financial support. We intend to find and to support about 272 enterprises. We want to provide technical assistance for them. Under the climate smart component of the project, Mr. Speaker, we want to assist again our young people in the area of agriculture. Get them to establish model farms. In fact, the intention is to have model farms of climate-smart agriculture. We want to have 12 of these farms. And of course, to build 12 access roads in 2023. And I want to tell my brother from Kariku that 3 of these roads, Limne, Bere, and Dumfries, and 5 in Grenada, Conference, Lapotry, Chambord, La Sagesse, and Hopefield. And there are some grants, and there are some backyard gardens as well that we want to establish climate smart agriculture, 43 in Grenada and 10 in Kariku. Mr. Speaker, things happening. Things happening. Boots on the ground. Things happening. You know, I heard somebody say that this budget is a budget of hope. Why? I say to myself, hope? This budget gone back, it gone past hope. It's a budget of light. You could see what is happening, so you could see the light. And the light is everywhere. It is not at the end of the tunnel. Yeah? It's a budget of light, man. It's gone past hope. Because things are happening. Yeah? Things happening. It's good. It's happening. But, Mr. Speaker, there's an important issue here. If this project is a project for the rural community to develop and transform, then the headquarters can be in the city. It can be the city. As the saying goes on the ground, this is a project for country people. The countryman have to eat a food. Or you find Peter. Countryman has to get piece of the pie. He has to enjoy a higher standard of living. Right? So what we've done is that we have, and we are going to establish a sub-office of the SIAP in Sotel. Yes. To attend to the people, St. David's, St. Andrew, St. Mark, St. Patrick's. And I want to say to the people of these parishes that we are bringing the project to you. You will know where to go. When you have a nice business idea and you want to implement it, where to go for that help. You go put up a big sign so you can miss it. A big sign. Good? So you have a nice business idea, you need help, you go to the SIAP office in Sotel. You're going to have community development officers and business development officers working in that office to assist you. And I can give you some advice right now. A good business idea. And I'm talking to the people now. I want them to listen to me. A good business to get involved in that would bring economic independence to you. Allow you to work on your own, and make your own money, and feel good about yourself. That's your industry, and that's your pride, what you produce. You see cut flower? There's a good business to get involved. Cut flower. Cut flower. Anthurium lilies and the orchids. Yeah? Cut flower, you produce that, and you combine that with a course in floral decoration. You will make money. You will make money. I personally did a study on cut flower production and the cost of producing one anthurium lily some years ago. And it was 6 cents. 6 cents. But if you put a nice floral arrangement together for a wedding, for a funeral, or even when the night didn't go too well with your, you know what I mean, and you want to make back, next day you're going to provide a lovely bouquet that costs you $75 or $100. Talking to the people. I'm talking to the people, I don't want them to reach me. I want to reach them. And the good thing about cut flower, this study showed, was that it doesn't suffer from predial acid. That's a good idea, a good business idea. And next one, I will tell you, my people, wherever you are, listen to me. If you want to make money and feel good about yourself, duck production. One produce duck. There's a big market for duck in Trinidad. Big, big market. I used to produce duck myself. I'm not saying, because I ain't telling you things that I ain't do. I tell you things I do. I used to produce that duck. And I used to sell one duck for $100. All right? So, government, I said before, is a facilitator, a regulator. Government aim is to put our people to work. What we have to do as government is to provide the conditions and make it easy for those who own the resources to utilize it and work and produce and sell a commodity, sell a good or a service, and make a money and feel good about yourself. That is development. That is transformation. That is transformation. Mr. Speaker, I know I take enough time, so let me move fast. Statistics, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have an allocation of 6.4 million for Statistics Department, which falls under my purview. Now, of course, everybody knows I was trained in economics. I was trained in econometrics. I like numbers. I like to model. So I understand and I know the value of data. Yes? And it means, therefore, that we have to support our Statistics Department in being able to produce quality and reliable data in a timely fashion. And therefore, there is this OECS data for decision-making project, financed by the World Bank. It's an IDA loan, right? We intend to spend 2.9 million in 2023. And with this implementation, we want to see an improvement in the quality and timeliness and reliability of the data we get from our statistics, including the new area of statistics that is the buzz these days. And I was speaking to Minister of Climate Change, environmental statistics. The department has to be trained now to be able to produce reliable, timely data on the environment, because nowadays everything is climate change. All right. So we're supporting that. The other work of the department right now is the preparation of a new consumer price index, what we all call the CPI. We're supposed to produce a CPI every 10 years. My understanding is that the last CPI was produced in 2010. Right? And time has changed. The consumption pattern of the population has changed substantially. Nowadays, we spend a lot of our money on computer, digital things. Right? That is not in the CPI. It's not in the basket. So we would want to have that CPI, new CPI, revised by the first quarter. Ready? By the first quarter of 2023. Good? And we hope that with this new CPI, we'll have a new and a much better index that will reflect more or less the true cost of living and the burden on our consumers so that government can take appropriate decisions. Mr. Speaker, even though tourism is a major driver of economic activity and a major contributor to GDP, the economists and the mathematicians and the statisticians and the econometricians have not been able as yet to design a satisfactory statistical methodology to calculate the contribution of the tourism industry to GDP. All we do is that we take hotel and restaurant, which is far from what tourism actually does. And therefore what we're doing is that we want to be able to produce what is called tourism satellite accounts, right? Which will show a much better contribution, actual, of the tourism to GDP. Mr. Speaker, the next major project that the Statistical Department is working on is the population and housing census. An extremely important project. Again, censuses have to be done at least once every 10 years. And the census, like the GDP, the gross domestic product, is perhaps one of the most important economic indicators for policymakers and also for private sector, not just government. Because what the census does, it will give us a count on the households and the population. But more than that, it will also provide information on the needs of the population, the needs relative to education, health, employment, housing, ICT. And with that information, you call that primary data being collected, make available to government, we are in a much better position to design policies and programs that are rigorously adapted and suited to the needs of our population. Because that data will tell us, to a large extent, what is actually happening to our people on the ground, their living conditions, where areas of poverty exist, how many children in the house, what is the income of the breadwinner, how many breadwinners we have, how many is men, how many is female, you're working or you ain't working, what kind of work you do. Extremely important data that government needs. My people, we in this country, we have a problem with implementation. Fundamental problem, implementation. You're talking about money? Well, money may not be the problem, you know. The problem is implementation. That is the problem. The census got started in November 2021. 2021. So a year passed. A year passed. I asked for some data on where we are and what I see. In some cases, 20%. 20%. Of course, objectively, there are reasons for delay, objectively. So I spoke to the director of statistics. I called him in with the permanent secretary, and we had a serious meeting. I said to him, my thinking is to have the project, you know. And he said, nah, no, Minister, you can't do that. A, B, C, D, E, give me some leeway. look after me, I will get it done. So he said that by March, all of the primary data will be collected, and that by September, we should have the first more or less satisfactory, publication available for us. He said to me, part of the problem is that, the supervisors and the enumerators want a little more money. I say, give them a little more money. Sign your contracts with them and put them to work. Yeah? So he's going to do that. But more than that, every time that statistics has to collect some primary data, they have to go and train people. But tell them that ain't making no sense. Statistics. Part of the data that you collect is primary. So you have to go and do surveys, you have to take people out in the field and this kind of thing. What you have to do is to train a number of persons, have them there available. So the next time when you have to do a census or whatever, you have these people there ready, available, well trained, pick them up, give them a contract, and you're good to go. Yeah? So we agree we're going to put some money in the budget for next year to train a pool of Grenadians, training Grenadians. The money for non-Grenadians is from Grenadians are getting the money. Right? So that we will have a cadre of well-trained persons in the area of data collection. Good? At the same time, I want to make a call to the people of Grenada, and in particular to the people of my constituents, Nandu Southwest, because the data show that we only have about 30% response so far, to give support to the enumerators when they come out and ask you questions. All right? They will visit your home with the questionnaire. Please, don't turn them back. Respond to them positively. Give them your support. The data is confidential. Your business won't be on the street. All right? So people of Grenada, please assist the enumerators in this task. The data is important for government to be able to help you much better by designing plans and projects and programs that reflect and that can solve your own problems. Right. So, Speaker, are you going good?
Honorable MP, the clock keeps the time.
All right. So let me move. Mr. Speaker, under this ministry is the creative economy, yes. The creative industry. We have just about $4 million there allocated for the creative industries. Mr. Speaker, every child is born with a passion, with a talent. Every child has something in them that they like and that they want to do. We must give that child, having observed that passion at an early age, give that child that ability, that opportunity to enhance, to develop, and to use that passion, that talent, to make a decision. Mr. Speaker, what is the creative industries? I want to read what does creative industry means. The term describes businesses with creativity at the heart. Right? They include design, music, playing music, writing music, producing music, craft, visual arts, draw, painting, fashion, right? TV and radio, advertising, literature, computer games, and the performing arts, the dancing and the song. It's a broad area. It's about 16 areas. So it's not just culture. It's not just culture. And therefore, what is being built is soon being described as a cultural center. It's not a cultural center. It's a pavilion. Honestly, based on the presentation that was made to the cabinet by the contractor, by the engineer. It's a pavilion with a cover and some space in the middle. Then a cultural center. So we had to, and there's $24 million, you know. $24 million. So we had to say, no calling there because my good friend, he won't vex with me. So we had to say to the consultant, you don't even have an area where you can train people how to read music, how to write music, how to play music. There's no section where you could teach people how to dance, ballet, dance on your toes, become like Aviation or the great Cuban ballerina. It's not a cultural center. Tropicana, going Tropicana and perform. You know what I mean? So we had to say to the contractor, to Mr. Help me, to the engineer, we have to say to him, go and come back. We don't come again. And we said to him, create an office for the performing arts, for the visual arts, and so on. So you really and truly have, something of a cultural center. And you're written on that. You're written on that. But more than that, when you look at the creative industries, it is that single industry that is most attractive to our young people. And if we were to get it right and develop that creative industry right in Grenada, there will be no more unemployment in this country. Trust me. There's about 17 different areas that covers the creative industries. And the developing world is taking a special interest in it. Yeah? I'm in contact with Scotland. Scotland is spending millions of dollars every year, big budget, to develop their creative industries and to train their young people in different aspects of the creative industry. It's making money fast, it's making money nice, and it's making plenty money. Plenty money. And I will say something to this gathering here. A friend of mine told me that he went in a bar in Japan. He went in a bar in Japan. And on entering, the song that was played was the IMF by Wizard. A Grenadian song being played in a bar in Japan. Can anything else make you more proud as a Grenadian? He said, tell everybody. He tell everybody that this song come out in the country. This song come out in the country. Creative art. Right? It's not just a song. Not just a song. I'll just give you an example. Good? So what we want to do is that there are many persons in Grenada who are involved in the creative industries. Many. And in fact, there are many Grenadians abroad who are involved in the creative industry. Some are doing very well. I was told of a lady from Bosco. She is the official designer for one of them great American singers. I have to find her. Yeah? What's she name? Yvette? Sure. Yeah. All right? We have to find her. Because the first thing that we want to do is to set up a creative industries desk or a secretariat in the ministry. Right? And then we're going to have a national symposium on the creative industries. The truth is, I had a discussion, I think I heard Honorable Kate Lewis some time ago speaking about the creative industries. And I hope by that time, when she's here, I want to invite her. to be part of that session. All right? To be part of that session. One country, one people. We're going forward. All of us look at that. alike with you too, eh? All of us look alike. Good? So we want to establish this office of the creative affairs. Good? We want to develop a national cultural and creative industry policy and legislation and make it easy for those persons who are interested in the creative industry to know how to operate. We want to have a fund available for persons to get easy financial access to those who want to get involved in the creative industry. And we also want to give some scholarships. Give some scholarships to Grenadians, young Grenadians, who want to go and get involved in the creative industry. My friends, if there is one thing I would like to do for Grenada, from where I sit, is to develop the creative industries and give our young people, give them something meaningful to do. Let them feel good about themselves. So they won't have to go fighting and killing each other. I'm from Grenville, and I was so sad. Young people, 17-year-old, take knife, jump in oil, kill it. We have to stand up. We have to help our young people. Right? This is one way where we could take the energy that is in our young people, find a meaningful avenue for them to utilize the energy and make them feel good about themselves, make them feel that they are talented and that they are capable, right? And that they're worth something. And therefore they wouldn't go fighting with each other and using knife on each other as if they have no value. So, we do have a heart. I continue. Tourism. Mr. Speaker, we all know the value of tourism to our industry. The need for us to remain competitive, the need for us to diverse our product, the need for us to increase the awareness, the need for us to manage the standards and to improve and maintain quality standards in our tourism industry, and the need for us to market and to promote Grenada as a peaceful and meaningful destination. I want to borrow a saying I heard from a minister of tourism some time ago. The saying is that tourism is everybody's business. I like that. In Grenada, you said that? In Grenada, tourism is everybody's business. And it therefore means that everybody must benefit from the industry. Yeah? The good thing about tourism is that it's had a very strong linkage with the rest of the economy. It's linked with agriculture, it's linked with the very same creative industries, it's linked with transport, it is linked with sport. We had, not too long ago, rugby team down here. Our hotels were filled. Correct? Good? So it has that very, very strong linkage with the economy, providing income, employment, output, and very importantly, foreign exchange. We should help our balance of payments and keep our exchange rate stable and strong. Good? Now, I like to describe tourism as making what you have available to others. Making what, in our case, make what we have available to others. So that when the tourists come to our country, what they get is a new experience, a different experience, something they haven't seen elsewhere. And in this regard, in 2023, my people, we are focusing on community tourism. Community tourism. A big part of our work will be in community tourism. Good? Community tourism. We want to get our people on the ground involved in tourism and using their talent, their skill, and the time to make a good or a service which the tourists can enjoy when they come. So here it is. You have your corn festival, Karikou. Karikou was a nice thing, big thing. You were able to get a pile of people come down and participate, and the corn producers, there were different aspects of corn, different byproducts of corn available for sale, so they make a money. Minister of Culture was with you. I think there was some performing arts as well. So when you come to the festival, you only come and eat corn in its different form. You're getting a little bit of performance. Good. Right? And all this coming from the people. Coming from the people. In St. Andrews, we have a village named Munich. And Munich is famous for his manioc, his cassava, and the bang bang. Yeah? So what we want to do is to take Munich and the cassava producers and have a big festival. They call it Cassava Festival in Munich, sometime during the year. Good? We have already met with many of the cassava producers in Munich. I myself met with them not too long ago. And I gave them the idea, and they like it. From a committee, I told them the government has $1 million in the budget for community tourism. Yeah? From a committee, organize yourself. We will assist you. Good? Take your bang bang, you make cassava, you make porridge, you make farine, different aspects, right? And when the tourists come, we can organize for the tourists to come to Munich in that festival and enjoy what Grenada and what Munich has to offer. Right? So a big part of our work would be focused on community tourism in 2023. Ah, all right, so let me move on. So Mr. Speaker, let me go into agriculture. The next area where I want to touch on very quickly. Mr. Speaker, agriculture of all economic activity is the most risky. And therefore, for agriculture to work, two things must happen. The farmers must have a ready market, and two, the prices must be sticky and sticky upwards. You must have a good price for the commodity. Yeah? The Ministry of Agriculture was established to promote domestic agricultural production for domestic consumption, of course, and of course for export. COVID has taught us one strong lesson from COVID and one strong lesson from the war in Ukraine is that while we may want to focus on our competitive edge, we must simultaneously focus on domestic production for domestic consumption so that the external shock wouldn't hit us too hard. So we are concerned with domestic production in 2023. We are focusing heavily on domestic production in the area of agriculture. Good? We have this big, nice project. Good? Its name is Reducing Food Insecurity. Reducing food insecurity. It has about 5 or 6 different components. One has to do with refrigeration, and you understand that. We have to be able to store our agricultural produce. A lot of our mangoes go to waste. Agriculture is seasonal in our country, right? So that's the first part. Agro-processing, the next component of it. There are about 700 agro-processors in Grenada. They need help. They need our help. I was amazed that when I went to World Food Day, of the quality of agro-processed foods that are available on sale. I was amazed. This young fellow, he takes sorrel and he makes sorrel wine and he puts it in a bottle and he gives it a nice label and it looks pretty. A friend of mine, I must tell this story again. A friend of mine told me he went to Harrods supermarket in London and he saw on the shelf in a plastic bag some Gouda cheese, and on the label reads made in Grenada. He said, "They all tell everybody around him that Gouda cheese grows in my country." We need to assist our agro-processors to reduce the importation and to be able to supply and provide jobs, individual jobs, and give our people a sense of industry and a sense of pride. The next component, crop production. We have to produce more food. Good? I will be providing the assistance to our farmers to produce all the vegetables, right? Livestock and poultry production, the next component. And the final one is support to our fisher food. Good? We have about $20 million in that project to spend. I spoke to the permanent secretary very firmly, and I told him that that money has to be spent in 2023. And those items that are here that make up this project, they must be implemented. And I asked him, what framework, what institutional framework you're going to put in place to make sure that these things happen, that we produce more livestock so we could eat quality meat. That we could have a yam with dashing, with tanya, and the sweet potato. Healthy foods. Talking about resilience. Resilience comes from healthy food. That's it. That's right. That we could supply enough cabbage and lettuce and tomatoes to our hotels. The link with agriculture and tourism. And the farmer get a nice income. Fixed market, high price, they go produce. What's the framework in place? You know what the man tell me? You know what the man tell me? He said, "Minister, I would really like to fulfill all what you have said to me. But listen to the state. Listen to the present state of the Ministry of Agriculture. No CTO. No Chief Technical Officer. No Chief Extension Officer. No Chief Land Use Officer. No Chief Agronomist. No Chief Planning Officer. No Chief Forestry Officer. And no Chief Fisheries Officer." What? So how are we going to run the ministry? And all these men. And mind you, these are established positions. These are positions to be filled. Right? These are positions to be filled. Established positions. If these positions are not filled, the ministry can't run. It can't be effective. It can't do its job. So I said to him, put them in the budget. Make sure they are in the budget. So they're in the budget. So they're in the budget. And Mr. Agriculture, make sure they are filled very early next year so that the project can be implemented. I said to you, this house, Grenada has a problem with implementation. That's what the problem is. And that is why we had to establish a Ministry of Implementation. You're a problem with implementation. The money is there. The money is there. But the money can't be spent because we're not implementing. And I know we could implement because I was a public servant. And let me tell you what I do. What I did. In 1 year, as a public servant, I was able to draw down $500,000 from the European Union to do the Bulong Farm Road. That is one. Two, I drew down $20 million, and that is grant. $20 million, the EDF is grant. $20 million from the EDF to improve the water supply in the greater St. George's area, which meant building dams, expanding dams, and running mains from Les Avocats right down to St. George's, Grana's, heart of the belt, the tourism belt. That's why today we have no major water problem in this zone. $20 million. Number three, I wrote a document to the European Development Fund because they gave us a grant after Ivan. And the grant came in phases. But to get the grant, you have to prepare a document to show what Grenada has been doing to recover after Ivan. I wrote a document and I sent it to the office of the EU in Babinos. And it was approved. And Grenada earned $13.1 million grant. So in 1 year, 13.1 million, 20 million, 0.5 million, add up that, 2009, somewhere around 1 year. So I'm saying to you, if you understand the economics, and if you understand the procurement guidelines of the funding agencies, and you put your time and your talent to it, you'll get it done. And that's what the country needs right now. That's what the country needs right now. Implementation. So these positions are going to be filled. The opposition leader spoke about we spending money and we only increasing the public service. The public service has to be filled because these are established positions. Established means that without these positions filled, the ministry can't run efficiently. And mind you, when we fill these positions, and all the positions that are to be filled, we are still within the fiscal rules. We have not disobeyed the fiscal rules. Right? So if you go and read, you'll see one fiscal rule is that your expenditure to GDP. Expenditure on top, you draw a line, GDP below. Right? Expenditure to GDP must not exceed 9%. If it exceeds 9%, you have to reduce your expenditure. With all these new positions that are being spoken about, the expenditure to GDP is within the 9%. So we obey the rules. And we employ our people. Yeah. And we help the country to develop.
Minister, Honorable Minister, may I explain the bell? The bell should mean an alert that time is coming to an end. But this particular bell means that your time has ended.
Thank you, Mr.
You may ask for...
Can I kindly ask for some extra minutes?
Granted. I'll give you 7 more minutes.
7 minutes. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to finish just now. I'm at the main points. Where I am. Right. The next area is the ICT. The ICT. I like the minister from St. Andrews Northwest. The MP, sorry. The MP. Yeah. She's a good lady. And she cares about people. We want to speak this afternoon. She said she will support any measure that we take to take our people up the street, no longer have to line up to get whatever government wants to give them in the area of seeds or whatever other programs that they have. So I want to say to the minister, thank you for that, because that is what we are doing right now. Good? We do that right now. In fact, a cabinet submission is already prepared. Yeah? For us to take the example of St. Vincent, because St. Vincent has a similar program. Yeah? And St. Vincent don't have the people line up at the Ministry of Finance Revenue Office or what a revenue office is in the parishes. What they do is that they have collaborated with a financial institution. They put the money, they open up a big account, put the money there with the names, and give each person a card. Right? And they took time to train and to educate the users of the card, and the users glad for the card. They're using the card, including those who are of age. Right? Those who are of age. So we have to have a little patience with our people. Good? Have a patience with our people. So that is what we're going to do. That is what we're going to do. Come very early. And I want to say to you, Minister, by the middle of next year, we should have this thing completed. Good? And that will be a major achievement for all of us in St. Andrews, for all of Grenada. Good? So we're working on that. That is ICT at work. That is ICT at work. Transformation. The other thing that we want to do very quickly is to prepare the whole of our population for that digital economy. Good? And in that regard, you see, access to the internet must be like the road, must be like the street light. It has to be a public good. Good? It has to be a public good. So what we want to do is to make internet access a public good, which means that you don't have to pay for it. So wherever you go, wherever you are, you click, you link up to the internet, and you could do your transaction. That's another major activity that we want to get done under ICT next year. No more hard copy. and mind you, this view that our senior citizens had to learn and they don't like this thing is not correct enough. It's not correct enough. I see an 80-year-old lady take her smartphone, go on WhatsApp, go into video call her grandchildren, wherever they be, and she's happily talking to them. And all we need, my friends, is a little patience with our people. And once they get it, they go like it, and they go use it. Good. So before I close, Mr. Speaker, sir, let me spend some time on my constituents. I see some of my hard-working people are here. What's your name again? Rian. Marilyn. Coming in. Meryl. Thanks for coming. They've been with me every day, all day long, morning and night. Good people. Morning and night. Good people. Good people. I get the vibes, I get the drive, I get the enthusiasm from them. They like me. And now they're on the ground doing all the work to prepare the community and make sure the community is being well served, especially in my absence. As you all know, my work requires that I may have to travel from now and then. Good? But I make every effort to be in my community on Thursdays, once I'm in Grenada, and once there is anything pressing, like an occasion like this one. And I'm amazed at the number of persons who come to see me on Thursdays. Number of persons. Maybe it's because I'm the only MP in St. Andrew, but I get people from all over, and I accept everybody. So, Minister, you could bring your scope. Member, you could bring your scope. We look after everybody, right? St. Andrews has to move up. But what touches me is that
Honorable, you have 90 seconds left.
what touches me is that Grenadians are good people. We are good people. No, we good people. We want good for ourselves. We want good for our family, and we want good for our country. What we need is good leadership and good direction and good motivation. That's what we are giving. And that is what we're going to give. We're good people. We're good people. We don't want to lie. We don't want to thief. We want to work and earn a decent income and feel good about ourselves. And we have a heart, a big heart. We have a heart for the people. So, Mr. Speaker, as I close, I want to say thanks to you for this opportunity. I want to say thanks to our Prime Minister for giving me this opportunity to work with him, a man with a good heart. I want to say thanks to my colleagues. What I like about my colleagues is that we are compatible. We have the same philosophy. Right? So we think alike, we act alike. Right? And Peter, we thought you were like that. So thank you all very much. Thanks for listening to me. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leonard Andrew. Is it the mic of Honorable Peter David? Huh? You next speaker? Oh, sorry. We now invite the Honorable Dr. Cohen to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make my contribution to the estimates of revenues and expenditure as presented by the Prime Minister, Minister for Finance, and the member for St. David's, all in one. I will make my contribution at this time, but before I go into the substantive issues, lest I run out of time, I just want to thank God for the opportunities that He would have afforded me to be here in this honorable house as a representative for St. Mark. And of course, by implication, thank the people of the constituency of St. Mark, my family, other entities that I would have worked with, institutions, individuals, over the years, and especially the first half of 2022, the Grenada Tourism Authority, Ministry of Tourism, GHTA, and several other partners that I would have worked with. Mr. Speaker, I would like to start to look at the theme of the budget presentation. Vision 2035, people-centered transformation, laying the foundation for resilience, empowerment, and growth. People-centered transformation. It is a good thing. It is an honorable thing, Mr. Speaker, and I heard several of the others, the members on the other side, allude to the importance of people-centered transformation. I hold occasional conversations with the members on the other side, and I find them good people. I may be wrong, but I find them good people. And the last speaker said that they have a heart, and they have a big heart. And so, Mr. Speaker, I couldn't reconcile all of these things, the people-centered transformation, with what I have seen in the past 6 months, from June to now, especially in my constituency, where, of course, I have front stage view, but replicated in several others. And I am wondering if the right message has been sent to some of the members who would have supported the NNP government, or whether there's a misunderstanding somewhere. But I am puzzled, because what I see is that it appears that the government, or the government, what shall I say, the workers, they have centered their attention on the people, but in a very negative way. They have centered on the poor and the vulnerable. They have sent many of them home on short notice, today for tomorrow. And so I cannot tell the government who to employ and who not to employ, but I can certainly ask them to at least employ better ways, more sympathetic, as something coming from the heart, where there's an understanding that, especially the poor, and I know my dear friend, the minister who spoke before me, has plans to eradicate poverty. But the Bible says that the poor will always be with us, and I don't know how that you will reconcile that. But it is a noble thing to want to get people to elevate their standards of living and a better quality of life. But if you send everybody home, I am talking about in many constituencies, including Carriacou and Petit Martinique, what do you do then? What is the plan for these people? And it's not a matter of money, because the Minister for Finance said he made a lot of money in the Treasury and he intends to use it. Good. And the thing is, immediately these people were sent home. Scores of people. I'm not talking about 2 and 3 people who might be in a constituency office and a parliamentary representative come. Of course, these are close people that the parliamentary representative would want to have people of a certain persuasion. But little people, house repair persons, environmental wardens, all of those sort of people. And I don't know how this government reconciles what is happening with what is being said in the budget about being people-centered and caring about people. Mr. Speaker, it has always been said that the bushing, well, a lot of negative things have been said about the bushing. I don't want to go into any details. But with only 2 fortnights for the Christmas season, now we've seen the importance of the bushing. I've always known the importance of it. But now I think the nation is seeing it. With all of the bush that is out there, the hazard for vehicular traffic and pedestrians. And also, Mr. Speaker, this fortnight, the 4 fortnights or the 5 or the 6, were something that the people depended on. Until we eradicate the poverty and we have no more poor people in Grenada and everybody has another means of employment, we still have to phase it in a gentle, caring, people-centered way, so that people can transition from one way of earning a living to another way of earning a living. But if you send all of them home, first of all, in this season, a lot of us are going to have a bad Christmas. And secondly, the businesses. Whether we like it or not, the poor people are the ones who support more of the smaller businesses than the bigger ones. So there are certain levels. And this is replicated. I have spoken to several either former MPs or persons or would-be MPs about what is going on. And there are numbers, and I don't see the appropriateness of this, not the justification. I'm very, very concerned that we send in a bad message to the people who we are supposed to serve. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say in defense of the debushing that it kept a lot of people going while our government gave the children opportunities to educate themselves in the academics and in the skills and to raise the quality of life. So everybody cannot go to college, everybody cannot go to SGU, but we can give them a little something to do, and we can ensure that there are opportunities to upgrade them and their children. So I'm confused about people-centered. Did we just center our attention to divide the people? Either you on that side or you on the other side. If you wear a yellow band, you can get work. If you wear a green band, you can't get work. And something is wrong with that. So, Mr. Speaker, I really hope that it is not the government's policy, because sometimes the people who carry out certain functions do what they want to do. So I cannot accuse the government, but I really hope and pray that it is something that they would look into. Mr. Speaker, the estimates of revenue and expenditure and the Minister for Finance in his presentation, he spoke about upgrading health facilities. And I think that is very laudable. We can get it. If we can get it, the people of Grenada, Carriacou and Petit Martinique deserve the best health care facility in the world that we can get. So I applaud the minister and his government, and I look forward to that happening in the not too distant future. But I saw in the Prime Minister's presentation that $5 million were budgeted for phase 1 of the health facility. For when is phase 1, I'm not sure I saw that, but it didn't also speak to what is phase 1. Is it designs? Is it buying the land? It wasn't clear what, it didn't spell out what phase 1 was. But also it did not tell us what was the total projected cost of the envisioned facility, so that we could have a sense, is it doable, is it not doable, and where are the funds coming from? So these are questions that I have asked myself, and I have been asked, and I'm sure the Prime Minister has the answers to this, but it will be very useful to tell us. Mr. Speaker, if you are living in a house and the house is leaking badly, and you may have money to build another one, or you may be able to get a loan or something, but while you're looking for a better house, a better living conditions, we might have to repair, or we might have to do and improve on where we are in the meantime. And so that is what we did at the present General Hospital, and in the plant, in the infrastructure, we have seen significant improvement in terms of the physical plant, and also in terms of the services offered at the General Hospital. I was there just a few days ago, and I went to the last wing that was opened. I don't know if it was officially opened. I didn't get an invitation, and I would feel very affronted if I wasn't, since I was very involved with the honorable member for the town of St. John in getting that, the funding and so on for this hospital. And before I forget myself, the president of Cuba was here recently. I would like to extend thanks to the government and the people of Cuba and the government and the people of Venezuela for the support in upgrading the hospital facility while we wait for the better facility. For the promise, I think it is a good start. We have in the hospital, in that new wing, we have new accident and emergency, new CT scan, new x-ray, new facilities for the staff. I went to see the radiologist because I went with a patient, and when I saw him where he was sitting, I've been to the hospital before, and it's a vast improvement on the environment that existed before. So if we have not officially opened that wing, I want to suggest that it is worthy of being officially opened. Somebody tell me they have flat screen TV and all kind of thing. That then I'm sure it can be used to educate the people who come in on how to listen on the sugar intake and what other alternatives they could do and the dangers of that, so it could assist the government in their plan to reduce on the intake of sugar by educating our people and creating an understanding. But it's a nice area, the waiting area. Everybody sit down comfortable and so on. It's really nice. And I hope the government or the Minister for Health, who is not of this house, who is of the other house, will organize a tour so that people can see, because I think it is a close, if not there, but close to first world standard in terms of the equipment and what I have seen there. So thanks to all of those who contributed to that. Mr. Speaker, in terms of ease of travel, again, the member for St. David's and the Minister for Finance and the Prime Minister, he spoke about implementing border control management. And I want to compliment them from taking it to another level. But the Prime Minister omitted to say that the kiosks at the airport and the kiosks at the Karaku Seaport were installed by the NNP administration. And he did say that they plan to add, but he did not make it clear that it was the NNP administration that installed those in the first phase so that Grenadians can come without too much hassle. And it's good to take it to the next level. But it is also good to say that we met it there and we just took it to the next level. And we could have purchased the systems, whatever it is, the digital systems, because again, there was money left in the treasury by the new National Party administration. And I single out that, Mr. Speaker, because I remember when in 2013, the NNP administration took over from the NDC administration, the treasury was empty. And the then Minister for Finance could not pay salaries. And that is why he had to go to Trinidad to beg for a loan, so that there was not a break in the payment of the people. And that is people-centered, because some people, they go from paycheck to paycheck, whether we like it or not, whether we think it's good. And when they don't get their salaries, when they don't get their monies on time so that they can pay the mortgage, then of course the interest goes up and they have to pay extras. And that is what it was paid. So it's good that maybe it's poetic justice now that the NDC administration is paying for the loan, now has committed to pay for the loan from Trinidad and Tobago, because the NDC administration of the day of 2013 left the treasury empty so that there was no salaries would be paid. So they're just paying for what they did not do in 2013. Mr. But it's still good to do it. I have no problem with that. It is still good to do it. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to know, unless we forget, that these things were implemented by the NP administration, and that some of the harvest that the NDC administration is reaping now, and some of the things that they can talk with such fluidity that they have achieved, they were started by the new National Party administration. So if you need a whole ministry to implement and make it hard faster, I don't know. I'm not one of the economists. Maybe, someone on the other side can say, but certainly it started with us. Mr. Speaker, I want to go into the area of tourism and how well tourism has developed in the past few years. And if we have been slow in doing certain things, I want to remind us that we spent 3 years, 2 years plus, almost with little traffic into and out of Grenada. And we had a very rough time. But the Caribbean, the CHTA, Caribbean Hotel and Tourism Association, they have applauded our then government. And I'm trying to see exactly what they applauded us for, but for our excellence in management of COVID. So if the other side says that there's nothing wrong, because we did manage COVID well, and internationally we were recognized for that. So there's nothing wrong in saying that, but I'm just looking at data. Mr. Speaker, the projected, well, let me go to 2019. In 2019, we had 63,683 arrivals between January and October. I'm looking at year to year. And Mr. Speaker, this was reduced to under 19,000 in 2020 and 2021 because in 2020 we hardly had tourists coming, and in 2021 COVID was still very vibrant and aggressive, and persons weren't coming. But since then, our numbers have grown dramatically to reach even pre-COVID levels. And I celebrate with our Prime Minister when he spoke about the increase in visitors that they were expecting. But it didn't start in June. And the data will show us that. And I want us to be clear, a lot of the achievements is because they are standing on the shoulders, and we don't mind, of the new National Party administration. The projected number of arrivals for December 2021 was 6,621. The actual in December 2021 was 9,557. The statisticians and the mathematicians will say the percentage increase. So it showed that we were growing over 2020 at least. Mr. Speaker, I'm looking at the data now for 2021, 2022, 2020, 2021, and 2022. And I'm looking at all the months, and in the interest of time, I wouldn't go through all. But looking at what we achieved in 2022 and the projections, we see a progressive increase from January of 2022 right down to what is projected for November and December of 2022. So the phenomena didn't just start in June because we win and everybody coming to see what Grenada looks like. Because we built a solid foundation in tourism, in terms of the marketing, in terms of how we capitalize on the cricket. What was the cricket? England versus West Indies. We got the lucrative, much sought after third test match that everybody else wanted. Grenada got it because of how the pitch we put for the bid, but also they came and inspect the quality of the playing field. And because of that, Grenada was awarded, and maybe, who knows, the honorable member for St. George Northwest, maybe because of his influence in the cricket arena, we got it. However, we got that. And we got through that, through ESPN and other media, we got significant exposure through that. Somewhere about April of 2022. And I want to compliment the team at the GTA and the team of the Ministry of Health for the aggressive marketing that we did to ensure that we got, and what I mentioned here was just stayover arrivals. I'm going to go into cruise shortly, but we improved significantly, and we started from December 2021 onwards. So it's a progressive thing, and it's something that we met, and there's no problem in taking kudos for maybe bringing it to another level. But there is a significant problem in taking kudos for something that you did not work for. You have to earn it. Mr. Speaker, the data as we see started long. As a matter of fact, in 2018, we reached our first 500,000 mark, 500,000 tourist arrivals between cruise and stayover passengers, 500,000 plus. And in 2019, we repeated it again. So it wasn't a fluke. It was something that was showing a trend because of what we had done. And then 2020 struck. I mean, 2019, the end of it struck, and with COVID, and 2021. And we must remember that it's not only relevant to tourism. A lot of things stopped happening because of COVID. We want to forget it. We want to pretend that it did not exist. And some on the other side were not even around. So they don't know. I never heard them talk to people about anything about COVID, how to protect yourself. I never saw them anywhere. They were not involved. And maybe that is why they choose to forget that COVID would have slowed us down on several things that we were supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, if we talk about, for example, the Ford project, that was a project that was fought very hard for. And when I hear the way it is slighted as though 6 years, but we lost 3 years in COVID. And we will find out that anytime you're dealing with the international institutions, it takes time. And of course, members can, on the other side, can teach us how to hasten, because maybe we can. You know, sometimes we get really frustrated at the pace in which things are going. And if we can speed it up, then that will be good for the present government or any successive government. But the fact is, it happened. Well, we advertised for that, for bids, for that fort, early last year, 2021. And we only got one bid. And persons who deal with World Bank project will tell you, if you have one bid, not so cumbered, if you have one bid, they don't accept it. So it was either we stop the project or we go back again to the drawing board. And therefore, the team who were involved, they engaged some contractors, some builders, whatever designers, they engaged them, spoke to them, and begged them again. And that time, I think we only got 2 bids. We only got 2, we didn't get the 3. But we had to negotiate with the World Bank to take it, trying to convince them of the importance of that project to Grenada. So we asked them to come, but they had to wait until the travel conditions were right. So they came somewhere early April of 2022. And we took them on a tour of the fort. And we gave them the whole past history of the French, the British, whoever were there, came there, and the richness of that history. But very importantly, we showed them our recent history of the revolution and what happened there. And we explained to them the importance of preserving that, the structures there and the story there, and also using it for a tourism attraction so that our own nationals can learn more. And I must say too that a lot of documents were found and a lot of documents were digitized and put in a better place so that our children and our children's children can have access to the information that is on the fort. So it has been well secured, and all of this took time. And during that time, we know the cost of everything went up. It is not the fault of this past administration or this administration, but it happened that, and all contractors will tell you that, in the process of bidding, of designing, whatever it is, over the past 2019, end of 2019, 2020, 2021, the cost of things went up. So we didn't cause it to go up, it went up. But we negotiated again, and the people went back. The World Bank people went back to where they came from, I'm not sure. And within a few days, they approved the extra funding and they approved the extension of the time. So I just want to say to the present administration, you have been given a gift on a silver platter. I understand that the contract was signed recently. Please use it and take it. Minister for Culture, Minister for Heritage, whatever ministries. It is for the nation. And everybody's saying whatever is good for the nation is good for us. Let us, all of us, work to prove that to the nation. Mr. Speaker, in the accommodation sector, much has happened, but much more could have happened. We saw a number of projects completed. We saw Royalton opening and closing a few days afterwards because of the COVID. And now they are fully opened. And that is a plus for us. I think some over 200 rooms off my head. We saw the launch of the range project, 6 Census. And when last I visited, sometime quite a while ago, that project was going at full speed. We saw the signing with the range developers for another project, Intercontinental, first-class, world-class hotel, and a number of others. Let me see. Reese Investments, the Grenada National Resorts Project, and a number of others. I have a whole list here, and Mr. Speaker, I can make it available for anyone who wants it. But these things happened in a COVID time. And an investor is not coming to your country if he doesn't feel that you can, with those kinds of hotels, if he doesn't feel that you cannot attract the right people. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, we may have done a lot of things wrong, but I think we did a whole lot of things right in ensuring that we marketed our country, that the funds were allocated to bring the flights in, and maybe I'll get to that, but 1 hour doesn't give us much time. But we did some things right, and it brought more tourists, it brought more awareness of this country. And then GTA has done a lot, a fantastic work in marketing. And one of the things I liked is that recently, something that they launched while I was still in office, where they had a diaspora component of it, where the persons in the diaspora were encouraged to become ambassadors for Grenada. So that if you can prove that you encourage 2-3 people to come, then you will get some token of appreciation for that. I don't know how that is happening now. I don't want to put anybody in trouble for their jobs because some people seem to be very nervous who they speak to and when they speak to them. So I cannot say anything for that one. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to move to cruise. Some weeks ago, someone sent me a clipping and it said, thousands of cruise ship passengers are expected to visit Grenada for the 2022-2023 cruise ship season. 202 ship calls were made, but very importantly, 508,916 one cruise ship period, cruise ship season, 508,960. And I checked the statistics, the data. I have not seen a time when we received so many calls, Mr. Speaker. And that was long hours of sitting down on our bottoms. Long hours. It doesn't take one day. It doesn't take 6 months. It takes years because the cruise ship calls are planned 2 and 3 years before the actual call comes. So 6 months just cannot cut it. Let us just take what has been handed us to a platter. Let us improve on the product. Let us do what we have to do. But let us not beat our chest and take the kudos for that and claim the fame, because some people work very hard to make that happen. Let us not take that from them. So, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, cruise ship arrivals total 342,900. In 2019, 338. But 2020, 2021, 162,025. But let us compare that to what we're expecting to happen in 2022. So I appeal through you, Mr. Speaker, to all of those in the industry. Let us make it work. I recall in 2021, when the cruise ship administrative persons, when they sent out the schedule of calls to the agents and to GTA and whoever not, we had a meeting. And the people could bear me out on it. When we sat and they looked at the calls, a fair amount of calls still, they said we couldn't make it because we're just recovering from COVID. And they said to tell them 2022, 2023, and I said to them, if you do not take it now, you may not get the right of refusal for another few years. They will go to who wants it because your competitors are out there waiting. And I would not pass on that message. If you want to pass it on, you are the agents here, pass it on to them yourself. But I would not take that cowardly way out. I think we have it in us. Grenadians have always been resilient, and we have to do it. And they will tell you, all the two operators, they will tell you I was there with them. And I asked my team to get onto the heads of a number of cruise lines. And I met with them and I said, we are ready. We are going to be ready by the date you have set. And because we had laid the groundwork, Mr. Speaker, while we were in COVID, we were training all our workers in the industry. We have worked with the Ministry of Health to ensure that, everybody knew what they have to do. The Port Authority and everybody else. We did that. Those who had attractions, those who had hotels, we worked with them virtually, and when it was permissible, we worked with them physically. And I remember this, we were just coming up from the heights of the spike that we had. And they said, well, would you be ready? And I said, we have a team of people, a competent Ministry of Health, and we had a number of persons helping us from St. George. I could never forget that, because it was a scary period when our numbers just kept rising and people were dying in our country. And it didn't send a good message to the international world. But Mr. Speaker, our management of it, the team, the diaspora, they sent medications, they sent equipment, masks, everything you could think about. And we worked together. It would have been nice to say I worked along with one of those on that side, but I cannot say that. But now they're in government. Let's hope nothing happens, but if it does, maybe then I will work with them. Because whether I'm in government, whether I'm on this side or the other side, or I'm not in government anymore, I will still do right by the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, Mr. Speaker. But Mr. Speaker, on the 9th of June, 2022, we signed an agreement with the Royal Caribbean Group. We've been having meetings with them for a long period and asking them to come. And this is well known, it's one of the top of the line cruise lines in the world. And Mr. Speaker, the good thing about them is that they expose people to training so that people have the opportunity to receive training and, of course, improve. So if they go in as a cleaner, mapper, or whatever, they don't have to stay there. We signed that and they have come back several times since. They came before, we signed, but they knew that we had the discussions, and they have come back other times, and several Grenadians have gone. I don't know what the number is, but a number of them would have gone. Mr. Speaker, one of my colleagues on the other side would have mentioned transport. And I think that is one of the crippling things that we have in Grenada. And I know they might say, why didn't you fix it? You can't fix everything. But the point is that after a certain hour, only 7 o'clock, you can get a bus to go up on the western side or certain places. So the people who work in the tourism industry, you see them begging for a ride out at 10 o'clock and 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's frightening, it's scary for them. And I have held several discussions with tourism industry, with GTA, begging them, let us do something. And I still want to throw it out. To my colleagues on the other side, we need to do something. It's not just for people in the industry, it is for other people who work odd hours. So maybe the security, some of them are related to the tourism industry, some of them are not. But based on the shift hours, we need to have transport. And sometimes tourists want to go somewhere. They want to go to Munich to get cassava, or cassava festival. But they want to know when they leave that cassava festival, they can jump on a bus or they can find a taxi that will take them. There are some taxis that after a certain hour, they tell you they stop run. And so we need to see, coming from Carriacou, what we could do to improve transportation throughout the tri-island state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. But that is critical to improving tourism in our tri-island state. So, Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken on the Fort George thing. We're happy for it. And also, just to say here, well, it will come back again, Mr. Speaker. Well, Mr. Speaker, I also want to mention a couple of achievements in community tourism. And the other side is saying that we did nothing. The member who presented the budget, the member for St. David, he also said we did nothing. But when I look in the estimates of revenue and expenditure, and I looked at achievements for 2022, I see some achievements. So something doesn't add up. If we didn't do, then where did these achievements come from? And when I look at the forecasting, the plans for 2023, a lot of what we were doing is reflected. So if something is good, don't throw the baby out. We throw us out already. Don't throw the baby out to the bathwater. That's how they say. Keep the baby, and throw us out to the bathwater. That's okay. We can survive. But do not claim the fame, number one, and take it and run with it. And if you have the ability to improve on it and make it better, then this can only go well for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. I can't say it, the name the other way around, but for Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique, it will augur very well for us. So in terms of community tourism, I have always championed the cause for that. I may not always have gotten the traction. Maybe I didn't present it as my dear friend across there. But it is so critical. And more, the sand and the sea and the sun, by themselves, cannot sustain the attraction for tourists. So we have to go there, and Grenada has a lot to offer, so I wouldn't go into it. Quite a lot. That is why we're looking for heritage sites in Carriacou, and Carriacou has a lot. But we said we would start with one in Carriacou and one on the mainland. So maybe we could add a few more for 2023. But our history is unbeatable in the region. Distant history, recent history, and we really need to harness that and do what we can. And there are a number of things. The River Sally Festival. I didn't go last year, and during the COVID, I wasn't able to go. But before COVID, I went there with some friends of mine. My comrade would know some of them because we studied in Cuba, came from away. And we enjoyed it. And we did the dance. It's different. And we watched the people do the dance. And that is what we want to teach people how to dance, the dancers, the whatever. But that, and the big drum, that is what we want to do, community tourism. But what we have done so far, and there's a lot going on in Molinier and how you call the other place, Dragon Bay and so on, for community tourism. For community tourism, a lot is happening there. But also, there's a new museum, a new Nutmeg Museum in Victoria. GCNA. Did you know that? A museum of nutmeg. It is a wonderful thing, but I don't know why they don't want to open it. Just the other day I was speaking to Mr. St. Clair about it. But when he approached GTA, did a tour, I couldn't make it that day. And when they look at the place, it was an excellent place for that. But he said they didn't have the money to do it. Now don't forget, the NNP administration has bailed out GCNA several times, giving them money so they could buy nutmegs from the farmers and it wouldn't go waste. And we have done it with the chocolate factory as well, with GCA as well, several times. So check the history and see that. But when we went, when GTA went there, they said they wanted to do, but they didn't have, the quality of the place was not of the standard. And we have to start looking at standards. So they told them, well, they had to get something together. They said they didn't have the money. GTA forbid some and said, well, usually when they travel, and the Minister for Tourism will find out that, You have to bring a little nutmeg, a little something, nutmeg oil, and whatnot. Mr. Speaker, can I please ask how much time I have left? Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, GTA decided to advance some money so that they can get back in kind over a period of time to get this thing, because you have to set up your table, you have to show your wares, we are the Isle of Spies, we must show something. And so that arrangement had been made, and it still wasn't enough what GTA could put forward. So then I, through the constituency now, asked for some funds through the government, and what we said was give the people some space so that they could vend and uninterrupted, and that they could, approach the tourists and so on. And since these cruise ships have been coming in, there are buses and buses going up to the museum, Nutmeg Museum. There are buses and buses going up to the chocolate factory up there. And it is a good thing for the community. So it's a good start. They have the chocolate factory built a restaurant just before COVID. And the plan is to, I know the plan, well, of course, a restaurant will sell food, but I hope that they're going to take the opportunity to promote a lot of the local things, the cassava and things that my dear brother was talking about, a number of produce that we can show them the sorrel wine and whatever other things, and the guava cheese and so on. But that museum is open and fully functional, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we also started some work on the Victoria Hotel, which unfortunately I have not heard mention, and I have not seen any work happening. And I have to seek an audience with my colleague minister responsible for infrastructure, member for St. Patrick West. Yeah, got it right. To find out, but this should, I think I have the wires crossed, but never mind. But I have to, because this is an important thing for tourism, because what we were talking about is it's a multiple accommodation setting, whereby like people could go for the Granans, the sand, sea and the sun, white sand, and they could go for a few days. They could go looking at trails, doing different things, getting some of the sulfur springs or the warm water springs that we have in St. Mark. And we also trained people to do tour guiding. But I tell you, if you listen to those people who do the tour in the Nutmeg Museum, you'll be impressed. I mean, I have heard people do tours in other places, and I've listened to them. They know the history, they know how it came from where and all up to Ivan and everything else. And they're doing a fantastic job there. So, Mr. Speaker, we're well on our way with some of these projects, and if persons are not familiar, I know that the document for the estimates of revenue and expenditures, it's available to the public. So if you look, you'll see some of the things that we would have accomplished under community tourism. So it's not new, but it has to be taken to the next level. And I am looking forward to hear what the next level will be, because that is, a lot of it is out of our hands, but not totally out of our hands. Mr. Speaker, I just want to go quickly to civil aviation. And the first thing that we're all excited about was the Twin Otter to Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Now, I have an exhibit here, I know the legal persons like exhibit A and exhibit B is there somewhere, where I signed the agreement on the 9th of June, 2022. I signed it. So maybe you signed another one. So I signed it. So the thing is, again, the groundwork was done. And if government is a continuum, wherever we stopped, it does not matter. The fact is that we recognized the need and we were doing what we had to do. So now the new administration has to recognize the need and see how they could fix what is happening, because everything gets broken. You have to fix again. And I really look forward, because I didn't even get a chance to ride the Twin Otter. I really look forward to that. And I really hope that this can be remedied in short time so that the travel to Caracol. I know they have some new boats, additional boats and so on, but not every one of us fare well on the boats. So come next Con Festival, I hope we can all go up with a twin otter and sing. And it's good that the minister for culture, the ministers for culture and so on went up. We need to support as much as we can. So we did that, and also we have other flights, and a lot of them are flights that we're used to. Air Canada, for example, we used to have Canada coming, weekly flights, and so on. And that stopped, that was suspended because of COVID. So Air Canada coming back now. That is a date that they gave us long ago. Check the records. That is a date that was given to us long ago, and they're just resuming. What is that? Now, Sunwing, year round, I asked my colleagues on the other side, please check for the relationship between Royalton and Sunwing. It is not you that brought Sunwing here every year. That was planned long ago. You can modify it. You can get them to come twice a week, but that was there already. Kudos to GTA for the additional BA flights, and I don't know whoever else was involved, but kudos to, yes, if you played a role, kudos to you too. We needed that. But let me tell you, if we did not build the product, if we did not market, and if we were not looking at the room stock, and showing them the potential that it had, we would not get another BA. 6 months or no 6 months, you could not work that magic. The groundwork had to be laid. So all of those flights, we're glad to have it. And if the government can get more for us, because other countries are always looking for that, and to enhance the tourism sector. But we must allow the accommodation sector to grow. We must enable the private sector to do more in terms, and more variety in terms of things like yoga and venture and so on. We need to do that. At one time, we were going to have just before COVID, we were going to have a zip line up at Granditan. And they got cold feet, they didn't have it, but that is one of the things that would again bring more people into our industry. So, I throw it out for what it's worth. It is something that is needed in our community. So, key priorities that has been laid out, and the key priorities again for 2023 greatly reflect the key priorities for 2022. And the achievements we have had, they speak for themselves. You don't get tourists if you don't have a good product. You don't get more tourists if you don't market. So I expect to see another 500,000 and more, maybe 1 million at the end when the tally is counted up for 2022. But if not, I'd be happy to see it in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I will just mention briefly on the environment, not because it's not important. My dear sister would have gone to the 27, 29, what is it called again? COP meeting in Egypt, whichever one it was. And we know it is a difficult thing, but we in our country must do our part. The indiscriminate dumping is not good. The single-use bags and other things is not good. If we need to go more, and we pass the legislation, but legislation alone is not enough. The conviction that we need to protect our environment and do what we have to do is what is going to drive us to comply with the legislation. You don't want to put somebody in jail because they have a shopping bag with 2 handles. But certainly, we want to be proud that our people are doing the right thing. Every time I pass in Perseverance, I am concerned. Let me put it that way. But I am happy now that we can, through some of the agreements signed, and I had my exhibit here somewhere, the agreement signed with, here they are, signed by the Ministry of Finance, the then Honorable Oliver Joseph, 15th of October 2021. That is allowing us to be able now to export metals, because those conventions allow or express a commitment on the part of the country to control transboundary movement of hazardous waste. We all know what that is. So the Basel Convention, the Stockholm Convention, the Rotterdam Convention, all of them have been signed, sealed, and delivered. We have laid the basis. Now we have to see how we can export metal. We used to do it to Trinidad and other places. I know Grenada Solid Waste Management had an agreement, a contract. So therefore, it is in the hands of the administration to further the cause, but we have done our bit. So maybe it was not known, maybe we didn't blow our trumpets enough, but we have set the foundation for a lot of good things to happen, and I look forward to seeing the new administration taking it and running. Mr. Speaker, I just need a few minutes, and how many minutes do I have before the bell rings?
5.
Okay, thank you. Should be able to do that within that. Mr. Speaker, we have an alliance on the Western Zone, the Western Corridor. St. Patrick, St. Mark, St. John. We speak a lot, and to some extent, the Northwest, because we are also badly affected by so many things in common. And I just wanted to raise some of the concerns that those who do not have a voice here would have raised with us. Mr. Speaker, I will be lost with the computer, but I'm still lost here for 2 minutes. But Mr. Speaker, off my head, I just want to ask that we move full speed ahead with the Molyneux project, because it is a serious impediment to travel, and it is very problematic for the people who live there, for the detour in Mount Morris, for example. And I know it has been spoken of before, so I wouldn't belabor the point, but I'm sure everyone on this side, on the other side, is aware that it is a serious problem. Also, and I did hear the Minister of Works speak about the Sotes project, where you have in the erosion on the beaches and so on. I'm sorry I missed the explanation, but they have asked me to find out. So I hope those who are listening heard the explanation of what's happening there, and whether this honorable government expects to continue that project, or modify it, or improve on it. But while we wait, the sea erosion, the erosion on that beach continues to pound and to harass the people who live there. I was asked to inquire about the housing project in St. Patrick, in the villa, but I think the Honorable Member for St. David's and the Minister for Finance explained, and other persons would have explained what needs to happen. So we look forward to hearing about that. Mr. Speaker, also, I want to speak a bit on St. Mark. I did thank the people already. And I know some people look down on the house repair program, but it has helped a lot of people not to get wet. I know it was a very good program. What I would like to see because I've been there for a while, and you know, I'm the grandmother of the house, but that's fine with me. What I have noticed is that persons who got materials years ago are coming back, especially now that we have in so many, the rain, so much water that is going. And I think it may be one of the things that may be considered, that any government consider concrete construction rather than the board construction, because I had the research done, and I'm told that the cost difference is not that significant, but of course, the repeat requests could be very significant, a significant difference if we have that. But, Mr. Speaker, while I do not have the numbers, but a significant number of bathroom and toilets were done, a significant number of house repairs were done, maybe a few new houses had to be done because the state of the building was very bad and could not be salvaged. But it did what it could do. And I also want to mention the housing project in Diamond, 130 units. By the way, this is our third housing project in St. Mark. So those of you who think nothing had been done, must come up and visit and see what we have done there for the people of St. Mark. 130 units, a number of persons had applied, and I really hope that these people would be given serious consideration and not thrown aside for a completely new slate. But one of the troubling things that I was wondering if I should mention it here or mention it in another forum, but since I have it here, I will speak to it because I think it's something of a policy nature that needs to be looked into. Victoria had a huge fire disaster. About 5 houses, some were gutted and 1 or 2 they were burnt on certain sides of it. And the house repair program people who came, they saw them, they empathized, and now they're starting to build. But I'm a bit concerned. I know we don't want to give handouts. I don't know if there's ever a case, if ever this government, I know there are times when handouts have to be given. I'm convinced of it, but I'm not sure if the government has any policy on who you give handouts to or if you give handouts at all. But these people were told, they lost everything in that fire, and they were told that they would have to pay for the material. I've never heard any government do that before, and I'm not sure. I don't think it's a good policy, but one cannot tell the government of the day what to do. But if persons have lost everything, I believe it is the responsibility of the government to step in and assist them all they can. And I know some of them do not even have a job. At least one person I know is retired. So how do they repay that? I just do not know. Mr. Speaker, a number of projects have been undertaken, approved, contract signed under the NNP administration. And the NNP administration, that's in St. Mark, ensured that they had the funds to do it. Mr. Speaker, I take it that the time is up.
Yeah, time is up.
And I beg your indulgence for 5 more minutes.
Go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just mentioned some of the projects. Really nice road work has been done, and there might be different views on it, but the Belly Road project, Union By Road project, Resource Center at Union, development of playing field at Union, Non-Pearl By Road, Coastguard By Road, Fountain, Retain, a number of major projects that made a difference in the lives of people. Of course, the Victoria Medical Station is progressing impressively, and Mr. Speaker, the cabinet of the day of the new National Party had approved the expansion of the fish landing area at Waltham. I know the contractor had signed, and I have not heard anything on that. I really hope that since there is so much interest in the fisher folk and fishing, I hope that that can be demonstrated by something happening to enable the fishermen so that they can fish for themselves and not beg for a fish. Mr. Speaker, a number of other soft programs were done. So, for example, training 25 women in small business skills, how to market, how to balance the budgets, to open an account, and whatever. And when they were finished with that, we gave them the tools of the trade. Very simple things. Deep fryers so they could fry whatever people like, barbecue stands, freezers, a number of other things. Someone wanted to get into cut flowers and do floral arrangement, and they were assisted with all of the tools to do that. 25 women. And another 10 persons were trained in tour guiding, as I spoke about it earlier, Mr. Speaker. And while we may not like the Imani program, but I have seen a number of people who started off as Imani who have risen to significant positions, income earning positions in their lives. And so I think there's a lot to be done on it, but a lot has happened. And I am really happy for the over 100 persons who earlier on in the year were taken into a program, one for the Imani, the Empower, the CES program, which up till not so long ago when I checked was going all right. And I really hope that these programs will continue, and whatever support can be given to those young people so that they can improve on the quality of their lives and do more for their families will be done. And I'm hearing some very nice things, very lofty things, and I wish the government well in achieving them, because it will not just be only for you, it will be for us. But there are some things of a policy nature that our government will have to tell us how we function in our constituencies, and how this information to just treat people in certain ways, how it is passed down, whether it is sanctioned, whether it is not sanctioned, because it is important for the people that we say we are so centered on, so that they can have an understanding and they can have a better quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have served. I look forward to continuing. I look forward, and I made an offer before to work to help to see the improvement of healthcare services on the Western Corridor because of the challenges that we face. We need to see the things improve, and it's not because we didn't do, we've done our part, but you just cannot do everything. And as I look at my paper, I see one more thing. I don't know of any school in St. Mark that has not been refurbished and upgraded where the children can go to school comfortable. So a lot has been done, and I hope we see continuity, improvement, surpassing what we have done. But let us work for the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique with a selfless heart, and let the big heart work for everybody, and not just center some one way and say those on the left go in hell and those on the right go to heaven. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable MP for the constituency of St. Mark. Members, I propose that we have at least two other contributions. A lot has to be done to given the other paper, and if we do not want to roll over in the next week, I think we would at least need to have two more presentations to close the evening. In this regard, refreshment has been catered, so we can push a little longer if we need to. So I propose that we at least have two additional presentations. Honorable MP for St. George Northeast. Is it your light? Oh, sorry, the two lights. Okay. Honorable MP for St. Patrick's West. You?
Mr. Speaker, I think we'd prefer to proceed.
Okay. The question is that we continue the debate, proceed with the debate.